Hey, party people. Sorry, I was actually getting myself ready to come into this space. It actually took a little bit of time. I actually did what I usually do behind the scenes whilst I'm getting ready. So let's get this show on the road, gang.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, party people. How is everybody doing? Up in here, up in here. That's what's up, y'all. I'm literally just sort of like cleansing the cards and stuff as well for us whilst we're in this space. How's everybody's week been? We have the Sagittarius full moon coming up tomorrow. That's about to be lit, turning us all the way up, philosophically speaking, literally. We're going up, we're ascending in terms of our philosophies. Ma'am, can I drop my question when my time? Nope. Rika, I actually had a discussion with the guides about this behavior. We spoke about this. And I was already preempting this usual navigation, which actually sort of spurred me to create a new segment where I guess I'm able to kind of like collect some questions and create additional videos beyond the actual live readings where I just answer your one question and give that like 5-10 minutes and do a quick reading that way, because you continuing to sort of like exhibit this behavior during this space, it's not aligned, my love. I understand the dynamics of the situation that you're navigating through, but somehow that variable just doesn't seem to be able to align with the precedent that we have for this space, which means that in order to experience this space, the requirements have to be kept. I'm just being honest. I've actually had that conversation with the guides because I can't continue to waver the actual precedent each time. So the next best suggestion that we came up with was for me to be able to accommodate you in a different space that's a little bit more feasible, which is to be able to take in questions, one question from up to about 15 people. Additionally speaking, because I've been wanting to, hey, so I think the list is closed, my love, which you're here, perfect timing. Okay, so new segments going to be coming up. I'm going to be sort of, I guess, keeping track of any. I respect that too. I don't even get the chance to have the convo while my questions get answered exactly. And you are the inspiration to be able to allow room for this new dynamic, which is unfortunate because of the time difference. And they did say to me about being able to sort of take into consideration you guys' time difference situation. It's just unfortunate that my schedule doesn't permit it, unfortunately, Rika. So whilst we continue to work towards a place where I can have the capacity to basically find a time zone that is basically, great for everyone, this is the best that we can do. Because it's not necessarily so there's people that come in, and as they're coming in, because your name's on the list and we're sort of like holding space for you on the list as well, they're missing opportunities as well, and they kind of like sit into the space and I guess sit. And again, it's all variables based on time zone. So I take that into consideration, but this was the best that I could come up with as far as a nice medium. This is like a nice meeting point. Ma'am, I've been trying so hard to be first on the list, but whenever I open the live, it's always almost full. And I know, beautiful, and I get that. I do get it, because honestly, when I had the conversation with my guides about what we're going to do to address this, the only reason why this is, my love, is because outside of yourself, basically, when we start to sort of like have precedence waver, timelines start to crash, basically. And then this space starts to, what you will find is that that behavior starts to bleed into other areas, and then everything actually just kind of starts to, get a little bit chaotic. And where we don't want to sort of like, we've gotten into a little bit of an order, we've gotten into a little bit of a system in terms of the placement of everything. But put your question out there. I'm going to stick it on a list. I'm going to create a segment where I'll be able to answer up to 15 questions, where I answer those questions basically, and you guys will get your timestamps, which means extra work for me. To be fair, I'm gonna have to find the capacity to do that for y'all, but that was the best that we can come up with. And then also with the situation, you still get the space to be able to have your question answered. And at the minute, you've been kind of navigating through the space with your questions being answered in that dialogue anyways, where you're not actually present to really be able to sort of like sit into this space, unfortunately. Keep trying to get into this space as early as you possibly can, to be able to kind of like get yourself up on the list. But if you don't, that's now the new thing that we're doing. Up to 15 people can actually get on the list, and I'll get that live out to you guys, I guess, whenever, probably by the Wednesday the following week, basically. And I'll create a space for that to be a thing. Okay. And we'll start to do that. So yes, you can put your question out there. However, it's not going to be answered in this space. Okay. I'm going to create a special segment for these types of issues so that we can actually give you guys an opportunity to be able to get your readings done as well. But obviously it won't be live. Okay. Unless you want to sort of sit in and try your luck again for the next live to get in on the list for a decent placement, because obviously my readings are long. Because I engage with people. We have like a whole unpacking. So I don't dispute that, Rika. I'm sure you have been trying a lot. They did have that conversation with me. I know that you're thinking, this is why I tried my best to go into my bag of tricks to say, okay, where can we meet? Yeah, your question's going to get answered. I had to ask, okay, where can we meet Rika and others who may be navigating through her circumstances, because I'm not in a position in terms of my time capacity just yet to be able to find a time zone where I can have room for everyone based on their location, pretty much. So this is the best that we can do. Put your question out there. I'll star it and I will pop it on before I leave. I'll take all of those questions on my notepad and I will do a video for those. I will edit the video and I will have it out. Probably by Wednesday, the latest, depending on what my work week is like. But I'm trying to see if I can film it on Monday, edit it by Tuesday, get it out. Okay. So that's the best that we've managed to come up with as far as a happy medium with the situation. So if there's anybody that doesn't make the list, there is an additional list up to 10, potentially 15 people will see, where I'll be able to just do like, it's not a live actual reading, but it is a reading. It is a personal reading. And I will basically film your question. I'll put the timestamps in there and you'll know which one's yours, basically, because Rika has been the inspiration, I guess, to be able to navigate through this variable of resistance that we've been dealing with. Okay. But that's okay. Thank you, Rika. Okay. For being and presenting your challenge to our space so that we could grow to accommodate others who may be navigating through the same variable of resistance. Okay. So that's where we are. I think it was Soul who asked, can she be added to the list? So that's where we are with the situation, Soul. You may not be, if you put your question out there, it will be starred, it will be taken into another area in my dashboard on the background here. And I'll basically just take notes of all the questions before I go, and I'll do a filmed content for it. And you'll be able to see your details in the timestamp. Okay. That's okay. That's okay, Rika. I try to accommodate where I can. Sometimes it takes more work, I guess, for myself, but I learn to optimize nonetheless. Girl, you almost forgot about us. I know, because it's like Saturday, right? It's not a usual sort of time space continuum of Friday. But this is where we are. Where's the list? Okay, let me start this first and foremost. PG. Damn. I don't know who you are, PG. Unfortunately, the list, I think, was probably already closed. Oh, PG, you made the list. That's what's up. That's what's up. Good for you. That's what's up. Okay. You made the list just in time. I think my girl Ash was saying some stuff as well. Should I drop my question here, ma'am, or in the comment section after the live in the morning? You can drop your question here. I'm going to collect them throughout the process because before I close up, I'm just going to collect all of these on my notepad. I'll make sure that I've got my notepad out and ready for y'all. And I'm actually just going to, title this notepad. What's it? YouTube Live. Free questions. There we go. Oh, that typed nothing. That was funny. That was funny. Oh, that was cute. I liked that. And I will just continue to add this, okay? And we'll just kind of work it that way. But hey, everybody, how is everybody doing? Can I get a whoop whoop? It's a Saturday night, y'all. Hopefully, the day has been nice to you guys. I feel a little bit more refreshed coming into the space because I haven't had work today. I've just been kind of like navigating. I've had church today. I'm in good spirits, basically. We're good. We're good over here. Okay. So Ash is just kind of like giving us some updates because I did ask how everyone's doing. And Ash is first on the list. That's what's up. Okay, Ash. All right, let's get into it then. Ash says, no, sorry, I'm starting from, this is where I need to start from. This is what Ash said before she said what I just put on the screen there. Okay. So I heard from my ex, the Aquarius, on Thursday. He asked to see me during our convo. I told him I don't think it's a good idea because he is always busy and I assume he is seeing my friend. Right. So, well, that convo turned from 0 to 100 quickly. He sent me a VN saying that I was so wrong about the meeting my friend. He said he never contacted her, and the way I judge him, especially, he is so turned off. Oh, sorry, because I got to bring y'all into the mix as well. Turned off. I told him that she sent me screenshots of their convo more than once. So clearly he is lying. He sent back at the end saying that anybody can message anyone. That doesn't mean contact. He meant he never called her. Sorry, got to finish that little, to give the story full context. Okay, my love. So what's the question? Where are we with everything at the minute? Because obviously he's saying one thing. It's so interesting to me how like facts can say one thing, but then people can interestingly be like, believe my words. But we shall see how everything sort of pans out. So Ash's question is, how did he feel after our conversation? Now that he knows I know things, that little ... part of the conversation right there, like the now that I know things part of things, that makes all the difference, actually. All the difference. So I will gladly go in and dive into the space on that for you. Hold on. I think I was like actually cleansing the cards. I didn't finish doing that part of the process. But yes, guys, it's funny how people would like be like, no, don't look at what your eyes are saying. Don't trust your eyes. They're lying to you. I feel like we're in a lot of that like bullshit season because obviously we're coming up to the Sagittarius full moon to clear away like old philosophies that are no longer serving, right? And a lot of the times that has a lot to do with manipulation and like the entanglements that we have in our relationships because of manipulation. So it's always just funny how people can like be during these types of climates to me, personally speaking. Very human like, very human like. I think I just get tickled because that's my coping mechanism these days. I'm just like tickled by it all. Okay. When in doubt, just laugh. At least you'll get some sort of therapy from the experience. Oh gosh. I imagine the man said contact doesn't. Oh my god. This is what Ash had to say. Just imagine the man said contact doesn't mean messaging. Girl, he's funny. He's funny. I can't wait for the day where I'm like free to actually like be my full projected voice and vocal range because this shit is like really tickling me deeply, deeply on the inside, to be honest with you. But yes, I'm telling you, these spirits have no shame. No shame whatsoever. Thank you for your question, Rika. I've started and I've popped it over to the starred tab. So I'm going to grab it after the facts and I'll be able to take it. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Thank you for your question. I'll take it in after the facts as well. But yes. So that's so funny to me though. That's bloody hilarious. Ash was saying I wanted to send him a screenshot of the definition of contact. Well, I don't know if that would have helped anyways, to be fair, because I think he clearly had made up his mind about what it isn't in essence. Um, and it was just to be able to justify his behavior. Oh my God, that is so funny. I don't know why people don't just like claim who they are. Like, do you know what? I would actually respect your little like primitive, dirty little ways a little bit more if you could just be honest and accept and own your demons, man. Shit, we all have them. We're all sick with something, right? Like, you were sick with thirsty. Like, just own it. You know what I mean? It's just one of those types of things. But let's go and look at the cards, see what we got going on, and unpack the situation. How did he feel after the conversation, guys? Now that he knows that she knows things, how did he feel after the conversation that they had? Make it clear. He sent back a VN saying he's not going to listen to me anymore. That's fine. That's okay. He wasn't listening to you to begin with because he was like telling his own narration of the story. Like, people are funny. Like, and it's so interesting how they make up reasons to like be mad at you for like calling them out on like the BS that they do. That to me is actually like really interesting about what's going on during this like updating season. Like, it's really, really interesting to see how people are backing like their demons and like shame, like no shame, like no shame. I'm not saying they should, but damn, like at least don't gaslight me to my face like this. Like, I'm looking at evidence. Don't believe your eyes. People are crazy. People are crazy. It's hilarious. But Rika said, ma'am, to be honest, I can feel the energies. I know that very well. You got really irritated and felt misused by me. I'm sorry, for my intentions were good. No, honestly, Rika, I felt frustrated that we couldn't navigate through the space and keep to the president. I have to keep that it's a bar basically, it's a standard for the space, and if I let the standard start to slip, other things will naturally start to slip as well, and other things will just become apparent. It's just kind of what it is. It's not even necessarily just about being irritated, it's just challenges, you know what I mean? Like triggers come up. But I appreciate your apology. You know, I knew what your intentions were. That's why I tried to find a nice happy medium to be able to accommodate your circumstances, because I know that it's not for lack of trying, it just so happened to be circumstantial. So I took that into consideration. Don't worry, you're good. I'm going to answer your question. We're going to dive down into the space. I'm going to, get more because the guides also remind me that I need to have two spaces basically in here. And it has to be two reading spaces because my justification to them then was that I do try and come in here like on a bi-weekly basis, maybe to speak about the moon stuff. But they're like, yeah, but the reading, as far as people being able to get their questions answered, I'm designed to be of service. So we found a nice medium. You're good. Don't worry about it. Back to you, Ash. We're going to pull the question out the bag and we are going to dive in and see what the actual details of the situation was. I don't know. I didn't even sort of like check in terms of my week, but I've been good for the most part. I'm glad that it's a Saturday night. Like I said, I'm doing this with a little bit more energy than usual. So we'll try and see how quick I can actually get through this stuff tonight. How did Mr. Aquarius feel after the conversation now that he knows that now that he knows that she knows things? Show me. Okay. How did he feel after the conversation? That's okay, Rika. Thank you, my love. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to show you the cards that we've got out for you, right? Hey, Daniela. We are not necessarily here. You just kind of like threw your question out there. I'm going to start that question and I'll put that in a segment for you later on in the week. Okay, I've got another segment. It's not going to be live readings, it's just going to be free readings. I'll add your question to the list, and it will be one of the questions that will be time-stamped. Okay, that's the best I can do for you because the free list is closed, my love. And that's for you, Daniela. But yeah, we'll find out about Albert, I guess, on Wednesday. I'll do the reading at some point on Monday, perhaps. We'll see. Okay. Let's see now. Okay, great stuff. So check back in the channel on Wednesday, and I should have the video uploaded and I'll timestamp for everybody who I'm doing those types of readings for who missed the live space. That's okay, my love. Okay. I'm just trying to be of service where I can. Okay, so interesting, right? I said to you I was going to show you the cards, Gora. So we have, because I want to sort of like have the dialogue with you that they're sort of like having with me. We have the Two of Swords in reverse, and we have the Hermit card. So definitely a major arcana in sort of like navigating through this conversation. It was a major situation in navigating through this situation. At the bottom of the deck, we have the shadow side. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Right? But so what they're sort of like speaking to me about the situation is like he's having information overload about you shining a light basically on all of the things that happened in the shadow, because he's like, how did she know that? But how, like, there's it triggered a lot of anxiety is what I'd say within him, which is probably why he basically like went into that primitive mode of lying and saying don't believe your eyes. I'm sorry. of all the demons that are out presently at the minute, that layer of the narcissist, I find that to be like just very, very, very disrespectful, personally speaking. It's just like, don't insult my intelligence. You know what I mean? So it's interesting. Oh, Ash says, I forgot to tell you, after the VN he sent, I told him, love you too, but I think the real question is, why are you being triggered so easily? From my experience, people who get triggered easily we're sort of waiting for it, guys. There's something there, clearly. You're just like hitting a button. But it's interesting. So he's definitely sort of gone away thinking, oh snap, what did she know? How did she know? Definitely, there's a lot of stuff there. Obviously, he learned this behavior. He learned that basically being honest means getting into trouble. And especially when getting into trouble means that you might basically have stronger boundaries, which may trigger abandonment issues, really. Like that person may now leave as a consequence of your actions, just to exercise their boundaries. So it's very, very interesting. I'd say he probably learned this behavior around about 4, to be honest. This little demon that's here trying to be like, you're not seeing what you're seeing. It's literally giving me like this emoji. That is too funny. Abandonment issues, etc. Yeah, I think you need to work on it. That part. Yeah. That's the part. That's the part. Obviously, he lied because he didn't want to be able to lose you or lose access to you. But it's like, okay, well, you can't say you don't want to lose access to me and then make decisions and like clearly exhibit behaviors that stands you losing me, actually. That's kind of how that works. You kind of have to cause the effect and outcome you want. You don't sabotage what it is that you want result-wise and then tell me to withstand basically the challenge of you not actually aligning with your intent. It doesn't work like that. So we are optimizing, guys, through that really, really toxic behavior pattern at the minute within the collective. And the narcissistic spirit is actually being held accountable during this phase of the Sagittarius full moon, which I like, but it's a little bit of a challenge because a lot of these egos where these narcissistic traits are actually being, expanded upon, a lot of these egos are really quite rigid. It's very narrow-minded. The perception is based on the feeling only, not necessarily the peripheral of the experience in itself. So there's a lot that is kind of like on the table for discussions, I guess, during this climate. But it seems like with the situation where he's at the minute, he's really sort of going into some introspection, like really asking himself, like, look, how did she know all of these things? Like, I thought that this was something that was kind of like going on in private. What does this mean for us? Where is things now? Like, did I handle the situation in the best way? Like, he's kind of like having some questions himself about how he handled the situation. But also at the same time, I think he felt like, oh my God, like she just cornered me. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't expecting that. So I think he kind of like thinks that he could have potentially handled the situation differently as well. Hey, Mina girl. But all that defenses he was giving me, but he never said, I never had sex with your friend. That part. Because the thing about the thing is, for the most part, like, it's not about actually lying about the situation. It's about denying claims of situation, just period. Sorry, I even forgot to put that part up. Sorry, my bad, girl. This was what she said after that part. Okay. This was she said after that part. Okay. And here's where we are. Okay. That's where we are with the situation. Hey, Sammy, beautiful. Hey. But yes, my love, I would say like he's just kind of really thinking about like whether or not he should just own the truth on the situation, because clearly you know more than he thought that you knew with the circumstances at the minute, but he is overwhelmed about exactly how much you do know. Like, He's like, because he was banking on the situation basically being, you know, he was banking on it basically being a secret, pretty much. Like that was how he was navigating through justifying the situation to himself. As long as you don't find out, then it's okay. Until you did find out, suddenly it's not okay. And now it never existed, even though the acts already took place. Funny that. The math and the mathing is just ridiculous these days. And the way that the narcissist will actually, like, just change the narration of stories for its own good. It's amazing to me during this climate. So take notes, because what you learn about the narcissist during this class, we're all facing this spirit in different dynamics through people as we navigate through situations, because these things can be like triggered in different climates, so hey, Faith, Elizabeth. The free list is closed, my love. The donation list is open. And I am sort of starring a few questions as well, for anybody where I'll be able to do like a additional sort of reading that I edit. It won't be live. It will just be an edited version. So this is where we are now. Yes, I do wonder if he would ask my ex-friend. I love how you put that as well. I do wonder if he would ask my ex-friend if she told me they had sex. Well, definitely. They already went back and he already sort of like went to have that conversation, because that was the first thing that he went to do to confront that person. So yeah, that part. That's kind of where we are at the minute. Hey, Kay and Art. I assume, here we are. I assume he would think she told me because I told him she used to send me screenshots. Yeah. I think obviously they had already sort of had a conversation, I guess, in his mind, that it was going to be a private situation. So it is a case of him going back to confront her to understand why. Why did you do that? Why didn't you tell me? You just let me walk into that situation. Like, there's all of these types of conversations that's being had, right? Because obviously his shadow is triggered. He's in his primitive mode. He's trying to figure out how the hell to navigate through this situation. So yeah, there's a lot in the space. Clarify to me, guys. Put that into context for me as well. I am doing good, Kayanat. I am actually looking forward to this Sagittarius full moon. It's actually one of the full moons, especially after I go through the situation. Oh, did you do a donation, my love? Especially after I go through a situation past the Scorpio full moon, the Sagittarius full moon is usually where I come back into a little bit of peace and balance. So it's always really nice for me. I'm looking forward to just all of the shedding that's going to be taking place, like during this climate as well. Like, so many people are just coming to me and letting me know, oh, that's what's up. I literally just got off the phone before my live to my Sagittarius companion, who's actually navigating through this climate as well. So listen, let's all just brace ourselves, because the ego is going through a philosophical update, and we need that at this point. Like, once we start doing that, I've got the donation from Kainat as well. So if we can get them added to the donation list, that would be amazing. Thank you. But yes, this is going to be a nice moon for us. Philosophical updates all around, everybody. Yay! I love that. We need it, guys, because some of us are saying that we're at certain places, but we need to update some philosophy so that we can really be at those places, right? But yes, you then said, nice, because obviously she will say no, she didn't. and how he will wonder how I find out. Oh, that's another aspect to the situation. I think she actually does admit, for the most part, when he goes over there. I think he's able to kind of like pray it out of her to let it be known. I think because basically she came to you to be able to save her ass, is how he feels about the situation, right? So now he's on the battlefield, like trying to tackle her about his decisions and the part that he played in this poor decision that they made together, right? Because that's where we are right now. So yeah, she actually does admit that she tells you, but it takes her some time to get to that admittance, right? It takes her some time to get to that admittance. And then when she does, it's kind of like, yeah, well, you sent something and you kind of low-key knew anyway. So she just kind of validated what you were already suspecting. So that's kind of like the angle that she's going from with the situation. Hey, Nadira, how are you doing, girl? Yeah, you do keep missing the list. Look, I've got a new situation at the minute with the list, where if you don't make the list, if you leave your question, I will star it and pop it over onto the other side of the stuff. So far, we have Rika and Daniela. You don't get a live reading, unfortunately, but I do answer your question in a segment that I'll be able to get out on Wednesday. I'll even create a little podcast space for it, I guess. And you'll be able to go in and find your timestamp for your name for your reading. That's what I'm doing now, okay? Because yeah, the guides are badgering me about this situation as well. I think other people's guides were actually like approaching my guides about what we're going to do about this situation. But there's only so much of me and there's only so much space in this space. So if you want to leave your question out there, I'll star it and I'll add it to my lot of questions that I'm going to add to my notepad to take away from the space. And I'll get the reading done probably on Monday and edited on Tuesday, out onto the channel on Wednesday for you guys with your timestamp. Okay. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's it, my love. That's so kind of you to accommodate everyone. Mina, listen, like my guides, literally, I think it was like a day or two ago, we had to have like a group discussion about this situation. Particularly, I actually had the conversation with Rika and told her that, you know, she was the inspiration for this new evolution, I guess, upon the channel, because the everybody else's guides basically summoned me to court about how I wasn't keeping my word, about how I said that I was going to have the capacity, or at least try and maintain the capacity for at least 2 reading sessions each week, and how I haven't been able to manifest that just yet. So here we are manifesting it. And Rika stopped in perfectly this week as well to kind of like set the precedent for that situation, because I was going to make that decision officially if Rika turned up into the space, because I think it's mostly her guides that kind of like basically summoned me to court with God. And we all delegated and decided that this was the best way to handle the situation. And I was going to find room within my schedule to make accommodations for it. So that's where we are. But yes, guys, you can cash app, my love. As for Kayanat, I'm going to come to your question. And as for Ash, I think you also said something about the situation as well. I was actually pulling a card to really get some context. They're saying that the initiation was actually sort of like happening, and they weren't thinking, basically. They weren't thinking about what it is that they were doing, where they were going, like what boundaries were being crossed, how they were moving in the situation. Basically, they weren't thinking about anybody else's feelings. They just kind of like went through the initiation process of, you know, whatever it was that they kind of like felt in that moment. And here we are dealing with the aftermath of that situation. Basically. But I think he did confront her, and she did kind of downplay the situation a little bit in terms of you, in terms of her basically like coming forward to you and stuff like that. but she does admit it. I think it takes her a little bit of time. Let's see, what is the guidance for Ash in terms of navigating the space and the situation with these guys? Amina says, I'm glad you did so, love. Proud of you for being of help to everyone. Rika started a new trend. That's amazing. That part, girl. That part. That's what I was saying to her. I told him they both suit each other. They both have familiar lifestyle section. That part, girl. Okay, there's definitely some sexual compatibility there, potentially. That's how they got themselves into this issue in the first place, actually. Okay, so, okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, they're saying don't stop improving the health of like yourself with the situation. This isn't a yes for either of them. It's not something you need to remain positive about. Like there's abundance right at your doorstep, which means that there's lots of options and placements in the situation. Like don't feel like your position means that you don't have an option in the situation as well. You know what I mean? They're saying it's not necessarily something that you're going to feel like completely healed from within like the next few weeks or so. And you probably won't find yourself being able to like, you know, be completely positive or anything about having navigated that experience within the next few weeks, but you'll kind of get to a place where you've got a useful network of people who help you navigate that situation where that hurt basically and that trust that has been broken for you, because I think that that's what's going to cause the not so positive, like, you know, basically this has just built a new wall for you. This experience that you've navigated through with them has created a new wall for you that you're going to have to navigate through in terms of like trust, right? And how you navigate through trust with people in situations. And I think that they're saying to you, just don't stop doing what you're doing because you're navigating through your own healing process. And as you move through even this situation where you did get the answers that you wanted, even though it wasn't the answers that you wanted to hear, you were open to receiving what the truth of the situation was. And now you have to sort of like take that and do with it what you will as you move forward. Okay. But yeah, don't stop with the healing process that you're going through. It's actually definitely improving your health by being able to remove yourself from toxic people with said toxic behaviors, like gaslighting, for one. Okay, because that is hilarious. But I'm looking at the screenshots. No, don't trust your eyes. I'm sorry. People are literally, it's like they've lost the plot. I don't know what these spirits are doing out here in these streets anymore. I'm like, are you serious? Are you literally doing this right now? Hello, Mary. Nice to have you in the space, my love. Okay, let's go to K and Art's question. Because K and Art's on the donation list. Hopefully they're still here. Hopefully that was useful for you, Ash. I hope you you know, took what you could get from that, by the way, my love. That part. Okay. That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. Unfortunately, the list is actually closed, Mary. The free list is closed. If you do want a free reading, you can pop your question out there, and it won't be read live. I won't actually do anything because the list is closed, but I'll add it to the starred list so I can read for you in the segment on Wednesday, and your reading will be in the timestamp. Okay. That's what's up, Ash. I'm glad that it was useful for you and you were able to utilize it. Alternatively, as well, Mary, you can sort of get in, I guess, ahead of the chase on the donation list. Okay, so Kayanat, let's go and dive into your question as well, because I think I saw you put it out there. It was a pretty big one. There we go. Kayanat. That's what's up. All right. Sorry. I am Just checking. Yeah, there we go. So, Kayanat's question is, may I ask what are Chav's feelings towards me? What is coming for our connection? We're both female, love her a lot, have a special bond, but not in a relationship yet. Thanks. Okay, that's what's up. Okay. Mm. Okay, that's what's up. Thank you for the list as well, Mina. Oh, I'm gonna start making myself real comfy, y'all. I'm gonna actually get like a little snook to actually sit and chill and do these readings because I get so comfortable. Just before I came on, I was like, had to unbutton like the jeans, make sure my belly could hang out, even though I don't have a gut, obviously, because you see me, guys, I'm tiny, but you get what I mean. Let's dive into it. Did you receive my Cash App? I'm not too sure if I did, my love. That's what I was checking because I sensed that you were trying to do something. And I picked up the phone as I sensed that you were trying to do something, but I wasn't, it didn't show up at the time when I looked to verify anything. So I wasn't sure. Let me have a look and see. Maybe I need to check and confirm. No, it's not showing up. I don't know if, nope, it's not showing up, my love. Sorry. Yeah, it's not showing up. I did send you sort of attempting earlier. But let's go ahead. I've got it open so you can continue and then we'll kind of like see, right? May I ask what are Chav's feelings towards me? We'll start there first. We'll go with the feelings. We'll use the romance deck for that. And then we'll unpack that with the undertone of the other question, what's coming next. So what are Chav's feelings towards Kainat? All right, guys. Oh, interesting. We had like a quick one too. Okay. Interesting. All right, well, put this into context for me then. What do you mean when you say that? Hey, Amanda. How you doing? Put it into context, please. Thank you. Okay. Interesting. Oh, that's what's up. Good to know. I am doing good. I'm doing good. The Sagittarius full moon is really I've actually really appreciated the energy of this Taurus new moon. I've been giving that like no, flowers for how it's really helping the optimization of this season. But I feel like it's really that Taurus new moon energy as well is really, really sort of like helping to just set the tone. So I'm doing good. Everything is moving as it should be. Kayanat. So this is a situation, my love. Hey, Sammy, good to know that you're still in the room. I'm going to come to you, obviously, once we're able to kind of figure out this space. The intention is to be able to come to you next, if we haven't gotten the donation situation optimized with Nadira by then. Oh, it hadn't come through just yet, Mina, as well. Nadira's donation. just so that we can sort of like clarify. I'm still sort of waiting for that to come through, but I did sense that she was trying to do something, but that's why I came and checked on my phone, but it's not showing up. I don't know why. We had this last week with PayPal. So I'm not sure if it's going to be a Cash App situation this week where instead of PayPal, Cash App's going to be the culprit when it comes to the issue. Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. I know you are, my love. I know you are. I can tell. I think it's just like a little bit of a resistance in the space by the looks of it. Okay, take a minute. Firstly, your level of anxiety isn't going to help like to unlock this little process right here. Take it down like maybe like just literally 0.03% a degree, and you'll be like perfect to be able to crack the code and figure out what the situation is. Just saying. Because they're showing me, yeah. That's it. They're showing me a lot of stuff, but yeah. With the situation for you, Kainat. So what I'm seeing with the situation, interestingly enough, with the dynamics that you guys are navigating through, and also, guys, let me know. I was actually going to be doing a Sagittarius full moon pick a crystal reading tomorrow. I don't know if I've got the capacity to do that, to be honest, because I've got life that I'm trying to live as well. So I'm not sure if I will get it done tomorrow. I'll probably come into the space on Wednesday. It will still be late because obviously the moon's tomorrow, but we'll still be technically within the first 72 hours. So look out for that on Wednesday. Kainat, with this space with this person, as far as their feelings towards you on the situation, they do sort of care for you. It's not necessarily that they don't necessarily appreciate your qualities. I think some of their concerns on the situation, they seem to be a little bit, I don't want to say guarded, but it is something where one of their concerns, I should say, is that you guys kind of like have a little bit of a difference in opinion where it comes to like your spiritual relationship, for instance. You coming into this space here, sat in for a reading, is this something that they would be open to as far as their perception and reality on like, because one of the things that they're showing me as far as their feelings on the situation, they like you as a person, but they do have some concerns about your religious and spiritual sort of like upbringings being a factor in where there may be areas of differences and separations. So those are some of the things that are, I guess, on the judgment block, like these are some of the things that are being taken into consideration basically as a perception of you. Kind of she's deriving at a perception of you. Sorry. I'm like looking at so many things going on in the chat at the minute. It's hard to do so many different channels. Amanda, thank you for your question, my love. I will star it and I am going to add it to a list of questions that I will answer in a segment on Wednesday. So look out for that on the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell. That way you'll know when I actually do upload that video for you because I'm getting more homework. And as for tea, I will add you to the list as well, my love, and check out the channel as well on Wednesday when I get that video uploaded for you guys. Your name will be in the timestamp and I'll outline where I can actually get you to go directly to your particular reading. Okay. I'm only collecting about 10, maybe 12 of these at the minute to see how we get on with this experiment inspired by Rika and see how we do. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. Keep an eye out. Okay. Right. So, Kainat, these are some of the factors to the situation. So did you answer my question that I did ask earlier with the situation? I asked you a question about, okay, we work in the same place but have more private time soon, figuring out where to go with our connection. Well, that's the thing. I think that this is one of the determining factors to do with the situation. I think that there's a little bit of cognitive dissonance that may be sort of happening with this individual, right? I think that there isn't really enough understanding. So I think that there's a perception basically in terms of your belief system and the formatting of your belief system where there isn't enough understanding, there isn't enough of an overstanding, because I think you guys are still sort of going into the deeper layers of those conversations to fully grasp what your actual belief system is when it comes to these things. But the reason why I brought it up is because those are some of the, I don't want to say red flags, but these are some of the areas of concerns, I guess, for this individual in terms of their feelings towards you in navigating through the space as you guys are trying to figure out how to nurture this connection, right? So they're just a little bit guarded because they aren't necessarily all the way sure on what to make of you just yet when it comes to that aspect of the situation, and they're proceeding with caution because of that variable, right? But it's just a very thin line that needs to be clarified, where it's like, for the most part, you guys have a lot of the same belief systems in terms of how you choose to treat people, how you want to be treated in relationship, how you choose to treat other people when you're in relationship and outside of a relationship with people as well, and how you kind of like navigate through certain spaces in terms of like respect levels. Like there's a lot of commonalities. Exactly, there's a lot of commonalities that you guys actually share. I think outside of this one thing where there still seems to be some differences in opinion in terms of, what's your belief versus this person's belief situation. Yeah, we are really alike and on one line in general. Yeah, yeah. I think that's the aspects of the situation where, because you guys like meet and mesh well in all of these different areas. Think about it, it's like two pieces of a puzzle trying to fit together, right? And where you bend and fold in all the same places where they're able to bend and fold so the pieces fit perfectly together, there's just a little bit of concern where there's this one area where it's like, obviously religious factors, this is something that has to be taken into consideration. Where are we with things? Do you even know like where I am personally in terms of my faith walk and where I am in that journey and stuff like that? So I think that there's just a little bit of distortion in terms of where your differences, how much your differences can create distance. I think that there's a little bit of a distortion on that. But I think that in having certain conversations, those distortions can be clarified, just to sort of put across, because obviously we're starting from, what are their feelings towards you? These are some of their feelings towards you. There's lots of, care and admiration in the space. Do you know how to fix that? What I would say in the situation, it is really more or less just a case of, unfortunately, there's just different levels. I don't know how else to explain it. We all experience God differently. And it's just a case of like communicating as effectively as you can to be able to bring insight into the experience of your level of relationship with God and what the experience of your relationship with God looks like to you, and how it allows for you to be the type of person that reflects all of the qualities where you both share so much symmetry in terms of your natural nature as people. Whatever dynamic of a relationship, obviously, she has with God, that's going to be shaping her sort of like perception on how to be able to engage with people as well. And you guys are just kind of like finding that nice balance or medium for both of you guys. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's just about like really being open and receptive and perceptive to being able to understand where both of you guys' journey with God kind of like cross paths, and where the paths of your journey is not necessarily crossing paths. It doesn't necessarily need to, because it's just for you and God. You know what I mean? That's your moment of solitude with God, outside of the areas where you share your connection. in your faith walk with that individual where it makes you feel comfortable to be able to kind of have your relationship openly with your experience of God. Just open communication, my love. Open communication, open conversation, and dialogue. Be open to really listening to their perception as well, and giving feedback in terms of like, oh, well, I believe this, and in extension to that, this is another area of my perception where God has also taught me this about how to have this level of relationship with him and stuff. Because for the most part, what I find is that we all have a commonality in terms of our relationship with God. It's just, okay, God may have, depending on how resistant a person may be to what God chooses to share in meditation with a person, they may still be at a different place on that faith walk, and another person may be a little bit further along, or another person may be to the left, another person may be to the right. In perspective, like, everybody's going wherever they need to go depending on what they're capable of withstanding. Do you see what I'm saying? And the beautiful thing about God is that he never forces, and he never sort of like penetrates. Basically, it's always a at your pace type thing. And even if you detour, he, just like a loving dad does, he'll kind of like try and get you back onto the right course. So yeah, the best thing that I can say for this type of dynamic when you're navigating through these differences is understand that there are very real differences, and one doesn't have to kind of like shy away from the differences. It's about tackling said differences and trying to understand the symmetry and similarities in the perception of the differences, because the differences are an illusion in essence. It's just different degrees of perspective observing the exact same thing in essence, which is God. Okay. I'm trying to open conversation, but she is holding back a bit. We'll have a drink soon. It's just that our work is in our way. Yeah. I think that that will kind of like, give them a little bit of an opportunity to kind of bring their walls down as well. So I like that. I'm raised religious and I'm a bit more spiritual. I understand. Exactly. That's why you have the dialogue, to be able to meet them where they are, and also kind of like, expand upon certain things as well, because your perception would be from the practice of, in essence, as well. Um, okay, thank you, Jasmine. Jasmine, I just got Jasmine's Cash App. Thank you, Jasmine. So Jasmine can be added to the list. Please, Mina. I think we're in for a long night, guys. Sure, we're like an hour in, and I've already managed to do like 2 people's readings. But honestly, there's a lot coming out of these I guess, moments that we're sort of discussing. Genuinely, Kainat, we're going to go in and have a look at what's coming for the connection, so we can see what's like going to unfold with the situation. But just so that you're aware, this is just like their feeling aspects on the situation. They do feel like you're a nice person. You guys have so much symmetry, but this is just an area of concern that they haven't made up their mind about you just yet. Okay, we've added you to the list, Jasmine. Okay, so you'll be next, my love. Start preparing your question, because we're going to start to wrap up Kainat's question as well. We're going to dive into the other area of what's coming for the actual connection itself, and then we'll be able to put everything into context. So what's coming for the connection? What do you guys see? What's coming? What is coming? Clearly as you can. Okay. Oh, missed opportunities. Okay. Oh, interesting. Oh. That's what's up. Love that, Jasmine. Okay, interesting. Oh. Interesting. Okay, so this is going to be a slow burning situation. I think that one's going to be a little bit stealthy in terms of how you guys kind of like navigate through the process of this situation. I do think that you guys will be able to like get to a place where it is the 9 of Cups energy. So what it is that you guys are both kind of like trying to manifest, there'll be wish fulfillment, right? There'll definitely be wish fulfillment and navigating into that place of feeling like, okay, this is the moment that we've kind of like been waiting for. But I think at the same time as well, it's one of those transitions, because what they're showing me is that it's one of those transitions that is like you'll have unexpected moments in the process of the scenes that plays out as well. So what do I mean by that? It's like, because we've got the Seven of Swords energy, right? We've got the Seven of Swords energy in the present trajectory. So it lets me know that you guys are navigating through a few different aspects of the situation. When I say being stealthy, it's just a case of like navigating around certain aspects of the situation so you avoid certain bombs going off, basically certain emotional triggers, certain situations that may likely kind of like make the space explosive, basically. So as you guys navigate through those aspects of the situation, first and foremost, I think that the transition that you guys kind of like move into eventually, I think this is going to be something that's probably going to play out for like the next 3 months or so, if I'm not mistaken. They're giving me a timeline to say, yeah, up to about 3 months, this situation is going to kind of like be a little bit like, I don't want to say stagnated, but there's going to be like a little bit of an aloof kind of like situation where it feels like there's lots of missed opportunities to speak on certain things or have certain dialogues about certain things. But it's like those moments is like cues are basically being missed. It's like, oh, that was my cue to do this. Oh, that was my cue to do that. Didn't necessarily take note of that situation. Didn't necessarily take heed of this situation type thing. So I think in essence, as we're navigating through certain situations, it's one of those things where both of you guys are gonna have your own aspects of the situation to deal with. When I talk about being stealthy, it's not necessarily even just you. I think she's still trying to sort of figure out what she's looking to do with actually being public, I guess, being public. Yeah, it's interesting. You guys are navigating through that situation, actually. It's interesting. This is why I say that it's a slow burning sort of like situation, because you guys are going to navigate through basically like we will be busy a lot coming 2 months. Makes sense. Yeah. Because it seems like you guys are basically navigating around like the public aspects of the situation and actually being able to kind of like navigate through the transition of all of that. So it's probably going to be a good 3 months before you guys are able to really kind of like get back to like actual like digging. Do you understand? Like it's just all surface for the most part, I guess, being aloof basically, for the next couple of months, keeping it like but not really diving in, right? And then after that period, then things really start to kind of like, yeah, exactly. Then things really start to, you guys start to really dig deep and start to unpack some stuff, and certain conversations will start to be had. And it feels like, okay, now this is kind of what I was thinking. And it's nice. We have to be a bit conscious in public, that part. So I think that it's one of those things where they're saying, yeah, in the next 3 months or so, things will kind of like be in a different place. But where you guys are right now, the dynamics that you guys have is basically what it will be like for the next few months, until you kind of like get past that little, I guess, timeline for now. Okay. We both want to be, we both don't want to be too loud, lol. She mostly. Does she want the same thing, like romantically? I think there's a little bit of concern as to whether or not they're able to actually like maintain something. I think they have their own trust issues when it comes to like relationship stuff, to be honest with you. So that's another aspect on the situation. I don't know. They might have their own commitment issues, in all honesty. So I think that that's something, because of the trust issues, they might have their own commitment issues. Just being honest. just have to keep it real, guys. You know, I'm always going to keep it honest with you guys and tell you guys exactly what the situation is. But yeah, yeah, things are off balance for them at the minute. Things are off balance for them at the minute. I think that's not necessarily where they're at in terms of like, does she want to be able to continue to get to know you romantically? Potentially, but she doesn't want anything that's too intense or heavy or anything like that. So that's another aspect of the situation, because there's a little bit of a commitment phobe presence in the mix of this little cocktail by the looks of it. Hey, Ayana, my bad, beautiful. Sorry, my love. I was like so deep into the reading, I didn't acknowledge your presence and stopping into the room, but thank you for showing up. What I would say with the situation, Kainat, let's have a little look and see what would we sort of advise as far as guidance for Kainat on this circumstance with hey Kaylee, I was just sensing you as well, literally probably about 30 seconds ago, my love. Okay, what is the advice for Kainat? Okay, thank you. Okay, so they're saying that with this situation, you're kind of like navigating through the crossroads, if you will. You're navigating through the crossroads of seeing where there's signs that's actually showing you that the situation is improving to the point where this will be successful. So just know that that's kind of what you're doing as you're navigating through this process. So instead of looking for reasons as to why it's not working or it won't necessarily make sense and all of these types of things, focus on the fact that you're navigating through this crossroads, like I said, of understanding how the situation is actually improving towards success. Success isn't an overnight thing. You know what I mean? You kind of have to have a few areas where it's like, oh, I choked. That makes sense. Won't be overflowing her. She is just getting back after some hard times privately. So I won't dive in, but I do feel deeply. Gonna keep it light. Yeah. I think anything, what you would have is that if you go in too hard, too heavy, she'll just run. She'll just run at this point, and it's not something that she'll be like aware of. It's just in terms of where she is in terms of her healing process of trust issues at the minute. It would just automatically trigger the fight or flight mode, and I don't think that you guys have built enough to give her much to fight for just yet. So it would automatically be like a flight response basically, and she'd take off in the opposite direction. But if you're able to kind of like be tactful as you navigate through the layers of a lot of bombs, there's a lot of bombs that you could potentially be navigating through there. I'm not going to lie, because there's a little bit of a element of sensitivity, like I said, with this commitment phobe issue that's kind of like developing, right? Because I don't know how much she realizes potentially how sick she may actually be. She's probably in the 79 to the 80 percentile on trust issues. It's pretty big. She needs to purge some of that. I don't know if she's kind of like had enough been poured into her to really be able to kind of like get that to a nice balance, maybe like 40 or 50 even at the minute, to kind of like help with some of the things that she's trying to manifest. But yeah, the trust issue thing is going to make it a little bit challenging. Okay, but just keep your eye on the ball in terms of what you're navigating through. There isn't really much of a compromise to come from this situation as far as it not necessarily being romantic. It's more of a timing situation. Very, very, very important. The timing is very, very important on this one. Okay. But I hope that was useful for you, my love. Let's go and dive into Jasmine's space. What have you got for me, my love? I hope that Kainat's able to utilize the information that we managed to get. And then we are going to be diving in. Okay, Jasmine's question. Let's get this up. Sorry, let me. Oh, we still got some incense going, do we? Okay, that's what's up. Okay. Okay. Oh, guys, I managed to make it to church today. It was only online church. But I literally had to pray on that to actually like navigate through whatever resistances I was like facing. And I prayed on it yesterday, and then God helped me to materialize it today. So that was a quick turnaround. We love that. Thank you, Kayanat. That's awesome. I'm glad that the information was useful for you. So Jasmine's question is, will Edgar unblock my number? Yeah, right. It's so nice when God can like do that quick turnaround. I live for those because sometimes my impatience is through the roof. I also do online church when I can, right? Yeah, that part. Honestly, like sometimes it was interesting because I was actually doing it in tandem with my morning yoga, where I do like my morning ritual, which is to do yoga, prayer, and meditation, and then I do my workout after the facts as well. Like if I can fit that in. But yeah, it was a good morning. God was good to me this morning. I felt so like blessed, actually. I've been waking up feeling like, oh, another day in paradise. This is awesome. I'm here again to do this again. Whereas some days it's like, oh, snap, I'm back. Like, was yesterday not enough? Sometimes we have those moments. You know how it is, guys. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. No, definitely. 100%. Okay, so Jasmine's question is, will Edgar unblock my number and reconcile with me? Will our connection work out romantically? Dang, Jasmine. You've got all the questions. Let me decompartmentalize with my dyslexic mind. Neurodivergency activated. Okay, right. So we'll start with the first question. We are not officially committed, but haven't been involved for a while now. I never pressure him and never chase. Well, that's probably a little bit of why you guys are in the runner chaser dynamic involuntarily by the looks of it, because you're not actively chasing, but it seems as though emotionally you're in a rested state waiting, which is the same sort of dynamic. It's just happening on a different plane. It's not a physical chase. It's more of an emotional. Yeah, that part. Don't worry though. We're going to unpack all of this awesomeness that is on the screen. We're going to dive into it. Firstly, we want to see about the unblocking side of things. Firstly, we're going to use the work your light card because we've got some yes, no answers in here for direct questioning. So in terms of Edgar, guys, will Edgar unblock Jasmine's number? We're going to take it one layer of the question at a time, because even if they unblock, we want to clarify the reconciliation aspect of the situation separately as well. The two does not have potentially the same outcome or results. Okay, interesting. Not necessarily questioning where they're being called to, which means that they're basically being carefree at the minute. Okay. Will Edgar unblock Jasmine's number? Okay. Okay. Because I just kind of wanted to. Okay. That makes sense. Because now, obviously, where he's in your system, naturally, your mind would go into that place to start to think about his energy. Okay, so the answer is no on the blocking, which probably would negate the space with the reconciliation as well, to be honest with you, my love. So the one question in essence actually answers all of the questions that you have in mind, but don't worry, I'm still going to unpack those for you because they were telling me something about the dynamic as to why it's a no. And I think that's where we want to go with the situation to understand more about the circumstances that you're navigating through. So a few aspects of the situation as to how you got this no or how you manifested this no. The sorry. There's like a whole internal dialogue that's going on, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to say that to her. They said you're too nice, my love. Okay, I just have to be honest. They said you're too nice, which is how you got to this place of manifesting. Um, yeah, well, things just happened last week. Interesting. What was going on last week? Oh, Scorpio full moon. We're still navigating through that energy, actually. And it is transforming relationships. Yeah. Well, the reason why it's a no right now, it's a case of you having to wait, basically, and hold off and postpone. The reconciliation isn't necessarily likely to happen anytime now. There's a little bit of a lack of motivation to want to come back into the space. I think, okay, okay. Interesting. I'm still navigating through a little bit of a come down from that space as well. There's something in the air from that weekend. There's actually something, there's a cycle that's actually like a lot of us are coming off a certain looping of cycles with the divine masculine and feminine. So it's really interesting the timeline that you sort of like gave, but it is a case of no for right now, right? They were actually sort of saying to me that with the situation, I think you guys like I'm gonna tell you the dynamics of the situation. Okay, in terms of like how you guys got to this place of where you guys are with this no and why it's a no right now, and why you guys are both in timeout basically from each other. So the pattern that they have developed and that you have enabled is I was saying to you that they were saying that you're nice, right? So what happens a lot of the times is that you can be a little bit passive. And sometimes that passive tendency can put you in situations where it feeds their entitled nature. Okay. And then they start to get overstimulated in this tendency to be very self-entitled to the point where your feelings are completely negated. You are responsible then for navigating and tackling your own feelings as well as theirs. That dynamic, in essence, is one of the things that is being stripped back. You guys are both being taken aback from it to be like, okay, do you want to do this again? So the question to you, the universe is asking you, do you want to do this again? Do you have the tolerance, capacity, and capability to continue to navigate through this space doing this behavior? Can you continue to maintain it? Do you have the ability to continue to enable the dynamics that you guys are currently sort of like navigating through? So that's the question to you. Now, also for them, well, I told him he hurts my feelings and was open that I dislike him being on and off with me. So that's why we're here. He said he didn't want to bother me and play games with me. There we go. Do you see what I'm saying? this was the purpose of why it's a no. 50? Is it all? Because that's what I was unpacking with you. So all of these dynamics and variables to the situation that was gone on for a little while. The situation was okay. You answered the question. Yeah. Well, that's that. Unfortunately, my love, you did answer the question to the universe, and you said no. I don't have the capacity to do this shit anymore. Pardon my French, right? You were like, look, this is hurting me. I emotionally, I don't have that tolerance to keep giving you the same bandwidth of care that I was giving before, because you are giving me 0 Fs. Okay. So where you've presented that, he then now had the, like you said, I don't want to play games with you, which is basically he wants to continue to basically be a little bit entitled. And that's if you don't want to continue to stroke his ego and his entitled little spirit, then he doesn't want to play the game where he's going to pretend like he's more than that entitled spirit, because he's not, and he's not there yet, and he's not ready to kind of do anything about that just yet. It's basically the dynamic of what he's saying in long and short. He didn't have to go to the extent, because I thought we did have a connection overall. I know, and I get you. I get you, beautiful. I agree with you that I don't think that he did. I think it was just a case of, well, what would the new space look like? I'm not going to lie to you, obviously, because the other dynamic that you guys had served him very well, you know. And as we're kind of like navigating through these philosophical updates within the collective at the minute, it's like, well, how is that compromise going to work for me? I agree with you. I agree with you that he didn't necessarily have to block you. I do agree with you that he didn't have to, but I think for him with the situation, I think it got to a space for him where it felt like, okay, now she was going to start asking for more than I could potentially give in the situation. I don't want those I don't want those requests. It's almost like even a rebuke. I don't want those requests. I don't want to have those expectations placed upon me, because I don't have the capacity or desire to meet those expectations, unfortunately, right? And I get you on the he didn't have to block you, because that probably even hurt a little bit more as well, in navigating through the process, because you did feel like obviously the connection that you guys were building meant a little bit more than that. But unfortunately, I think for him, where he's at with this space right now, he kind of feels like, yeah, if I engage in this space, I wouldn't want to give like mixed signals or mixed messages to the situation. Reconciliation, I want to say no, just because they're saying that there's a lot of like misalignment. For you guys to come back into the space, it's not aligned. Like you guys want different things. As far as I think, if anything, that's what unfortunately during this particular season of the emotional updating, because that's when things started to sort of transpire. The Scorpio full moon was really sort of like peeling back the layers of old emotional belief systems that were no longer serving, right? And that's when you were like, when you were asked, do you still have the emotional capacity to basically like feed this spirit in the same way? You said no, I haven't got it. And he then obviously made the decisions that he made, but you guys aren't necessarily aligned. It's hard for me to sort of like put it into context, but they're saying, okay, so the best way that I can put it is like there's pieces of you that even if you try and put the puzzle dynamic together, I think they want at this point as well, and I think that they're realizing themselves as well, they want something else outside of this space. And I think it doesn't matter what you do at this point, they will find reasons, unfortunately, as to why it just isn't it, and it just isn't necessarily working for them. I think for them personally, this is something that they're navigating through themselves, just internally in terms of the situation. They've checked out of the space emotionally. The fact that you've decided that you do not have the emotional capacity to basically like stroke their ego and, you know, feed their entitled spirit, they no longer have the emotional capacity to kind of engage and meet your own expectations, or even, unfortunately, for lack of a better way of putting it, take your feelings into consideration. At this point, it's all bets are off. Unfortunately, this is where this person is in terms of their cognition with the situation. All bets are off. They've emotionally shut themselves off from you. They're going through some emotional repression to be able to move from this situation and keep looking forward. Why it's a no right now, again, is because you guys aren't necessarily like, it's not aligned. It's just not aligned. You guys are no longer aligned in terms of where you guys are right now. But we're going to ask the questions about circumstances moving forward, right? Will there be a reconciliation for these guys? Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Put that into context for me then, guys. They're saying for the most part, yeah, they're saying for the most part, obviously you guys were navigating through like an unrequited love dynamic where you need a lot of work basically to make the relationship work, because you guys have other fundamental underlying issues with the dynamic. So it was just one of those situations where it felt like the romance of it all, like when it was like, you know, the initial spark of it felt like this is a romance of a lifetime, where you're just kind of like swept up in the moment and you're just kind of like taken in by the tornado of this whirlwind love that's just taking you, you know, off into all of these different experiences you didn't necessarily think that you'd have or know that you wanted, and it starts to open you up. You start to blossom, right? You start to kind of like expand to this place where you start to want more basically for self and life. But it's a case of managing that. It's a case of managing that with the appropriate sort of like person. So with this situation, they're saying that it's an unrequited love situation. It doesn't necessarily feel like this person is actually somebody that, yeah, still going to be, still going to be very self-protective, still very going to be, his communication was just off because of an in and off dynamic. So I had to take a gamble and see if he wanted to pursue this further and open up the communication. Okay. Yeah, well, this is the thing. As far as like the dynamic, they're showing me that he's still going to be sort of a little bit like self-protecting when it comes to a reunion per se. I think that when it comes to that type of dynamic, as far as like coming back into I don't know if he wants the pressure of that, my love, as well. That's another thing. I don't know if he wants the pressure of that, because he's one of those types of people. He likes a little bit of an easy life. Comfort is key, I guess, for how he likes to live his life, and that's very important to him as well. His communication was just off because of the on and off dynamic. So I had to take a gamble and see if he wanted to pursue this further and open up the communication. And I get you on that. It wasn't even necessarily the on and off dynamic. I don't think, I figured, Jasmine, I figured after the facts, right? I think it's deeper than the on and off situation. I think that the on and off situation definitely like has an effect on the communication, but I think in general, like, he struggles with communication, period. So that's a part of the issue that was always going to be a little bit of a tricky aspect for you guys. Hey, Farida, The free list is closed, my love. I'm adding some questions, I guess, to a list for a reading that I'll get done during the week, but it won't be live. Basically, it will be pre-recorded and you'll be timestamped for that content in the description, basically. And that will be on Wednesday. Alternatively, the donation list is open as well. So as far as the reconciliation, that was just it for me. Other than that, he is an awesome man with good morals despite the struggle to finally be committed. And I get you. I don't think that it's a situation general. That's okay, Sammy. When I come around to you, I'll keep that in mind, my love. That's okay, Farida. That's all right, my love. I guess we'll stick around as well if you want. Maybe tune back into the space later and see if there's any missed slots. I think KT was asking about missed slots earlier. But yeah, so that's the space. Dang, Sammy. Nadira's come back. It was funny because yeah, we've got Nadira's Cashapp now as well. I was literally thinking I could sense you as well, probably like a good. I was like, oh, how's it going? It's funny because in the back of my mind, it was like my spirit came to check in and you and ask, oh, how's it going? Are you still sort of like joining us this evening? Like, what's the situation? How's the situation coming along with like you figuring it out at the minute? So I'm glad you did figure it out, Nadira, my love. So I just wonder, he has. Oh, that's what's up, Frida. That's what's up. Usually, like everybody's so far away. It's nice to have some like personal contacts in the UK. That's what's up. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, look, you can always tune in next week or add your question. And I'll be able to That's okay, Jasmine. I know what you mean. I'll be able to. Oh, Birmingham. Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. Oh, Katie, you're there. That's what's up. Look at you. Listen. Oh, dude. Aisha, I will store your question to the list of questions that I will read for in Wednesday's content. Okay, I won't be reading live. It will be pre-filmed. Subscribe and hit the notification bell so you know when I actually upload it for you on Wednesday, and I'll add your name and the timestamp in the description box so you know where to find your reading in the actual edited content. That's okay. That's okay, Farida. Listen. Right, Katie, that's what I'm saying. You are all over it. All over it. I love that. Okay, so let me go back to Jasmine. Sorry, I got a little bit off track, Jasmine, but I'm still with you, girl. Okay, we're here. He has done this and come back, so I just wonder, and I get you on that, and I figured that you mean done as well. I figured that you mean done. That's why I wanted to go and dive into like what's kind of like happening with the situation. So when you guys keep like navigating through these cycles, it's because whatever it is that needs to actually be fixed isn't being fixed. So that's where I love to sort of work basically in terms of how I read or where I'm reading, because we don't want to keep looping. Life is too short, man. We only have like human time, we don't have eternal time. No, I figured your autocorrect, beautiful. I figured your autocorrect was doing stuff. I was never in a rush, but unfortunately, he is the only man I was seeing and talking to. So I guess maybe I came off too strong, just a little bit. It's not even necessarily too strong, just a little bit more than what he actually like. I don't want to say scared him because I think that he's just navigating through his own commitment issues as well. And it's not because he has a fear of commitment per se. It's more so I think previously in the past, in other situations, he's had to navigate through like expectations of partners being placed upon him, and him navigating through feelings of like it lowering his self-worth and depleting his self-worth in terms of like navigating through those types of situations. So I think he's cautious about like going into partnerships with people and managing their expectations of him in the process as he kind of like goes into these things. So that's just something to consider. That's okay, Aisha. But he knows how I carry myself, so I don't know. I guess he's not ready to be committed or to be my boyfriend. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's not necessarily anything to do with you, though. It's just healing is a process, my love. You just caught him at a very intricate time of his healing. I think maybe the person that you're dealing with now 3 years ago might have had the capacity to be able to lean into commitment a little bit. I've been talking to him for 4 years. Interesting, because I was about to say the person. So 3 years prior to when you met him was when he would have been in a more optimal state. When you met him, how long had he been out of a relationship by that point? Hi, Liza. Oh, Louisa. Sorry, my bad. Oh, I'm going to add your question to the list of questions that I'll answer in Wednesday's segment, if you don't mind, Louisa. The free list is closed, so I will be adding your name to a list of, how many have we got now? 6 on the list. You are number 6 on the list. We've got a slot of 10, maybe. So we'll see. Yeah, when I met him, he had just got out of one. See that part. And there's a lot of things at that time that he hadn't processed from that relationship. And where he didn't go through the effective processing, now his processing is basically, it's been disrupted. You guys continue to loop because he hadn't necessarily gotten to a place yet where he was actually capable emotionally to have capacity, right? To actually be able to say, okay, like I'm ready to actually like be in something serious. He was still navigating through, I guess, the loss of what was previously, and then to go into the idea of something else without actually being ready. He's going to like, even if he wants to basically be committed to you, his actions are going to be different to that desire to commit. Why? Because he's still processing the previous situation that he hasn't necessarily healed from, that technically he's still running from because it hurt him and it's finished as well. So this is where like there's like overlapping of emotions basically. And I was just always going with the flow. This was the only time I brought this up with him in person, just had to have the conversation with him. That's why I said to you, because you were like being nice. That's why I didn't want to have the conversation. That's why I was like, yeah, they're like, you were nice, basically. And then we came to this place now where we're obviously addressing the things for what they are. That's why we're at this no at the minute, right? Can I ask, is it just completely over instead of if it's going to work out? That part, right? No, you can, girl. You can. And I generally usually recommend people like change their questioning as we go through the process of actually like doing the reading, because then you'll get more context on how to convey your question, right? So instead of will our connection work out romantically, you want to understand if it's completely over. Yeah, I had to stand for something as a woman, and I get you on that. And I think that is so beautiful how this like Scorpio full moon really like peeled back the layer of yourself that was basically like I I don't want to think like it's like basically the Scorpio full moon engage the people pleaser in you because obviously you're designed to serve and you're quite a compassionate soul. So that's why you tend to be a little bit of a people pleaser. I'm guilty of that as well. But with that dynamic, the Scorpio full moon kind of peeled back that layer for you to give you just enough room to find your voice to be able to vocalize your needs as well. So snaps for you on that. It was a tough lesson. And obviously in the process of the lesson, you lost Edgar. Okay, like you shedded Edgar just in this cycle. Let's have a little look and see how things are going to play out moving forward, however, right? That part. So let's have a little look and see. Okay, let's see. Yes, I'm understanding, but to a certain extent. And yes, I had to do it, even though I didn't want to. That part. Exactly that. The growing process just had to like be triggered into the next phase of the actual evolution process, right? Okay, so how do you see things playing out with them moving forward then? I'm going to ask the question that way instead, my love. So we'll see the story unfold before our eyes. How do you see things playing out with Jasmine and Edgar moving forward? Okay. Thank you. Oh, still navigating through. There's a lot of Four of Pentacles energies in this space, I guess. Like he's still very protecting and guarded, basically. Lots of walls up in the situation, right? Yeah, lots of walls up in the situation. It seems like they're saying that it's going to be a lot of lack of clarity because of the walls and navigating through certain situations, not being clear on certain situation and kind of being kept guessing on certain situations because of these walls, I guess, that he's kind of got up with the situation at the minute. Yeah. I'm going to ask you something, Jasmine. Do you want this? Because I don't think that, I think he needs the time to actually like, I know it's a little bit late now because you guys are like 4 years into everything that you guys have been navigating through, but do you want this, I guess, for yourself? Because I do want this. Okay. What I would say to you is that he needs some time. In all honesty, my love, you may want it. Perfect timing is at play with this. That's all I keep seeing, and that's what they're referring to. Yes, he still has some healing to do. I'm willing to work with this man. Good for you, beautiful. Okay, because shit, with the cancel generation at the minute, as soon as we get one defect, we're like, throw him away. Sorry. I'm just saying, but it's interesting. I know that you're willing to work with him. It's just a question on whether or not he's willing to work on himself. And the reason why I say that is because obviously you're going to keep navigating through these cycles because you got into his orbit when you did, and he wasn't basically where he needed to be at the time of his healing and you actually aligning with him. So that's a part of the situation. It's one of those things where as you kind of like navigate through the process, I don't want to be like everyone else and just toss this connection to the curb. No, like that's we're gonna yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're not doing that tonight, my loves. We're not doing that. That starts to become a thing, and I see it in the chat. And I get it. I've tried to accommodate space for Rika's situation by being able to create a space where because this is what I was trying to explain to Rika earlier. When I start to let the precedent slip, it creates a room for chaos basically to start to ensue in our space. But we're not going to do that. The situation kind of is what it is, and everybody's circumstances is a little bit different. It just kind of is what it is, right? For those who can't sort of come into the space and the free list is closed, I've got a list present for them. With the situation with Nadira, She's a donation on the list. She's paid her money. She can decide what she wants to actually sort of like do with the space, whether she's here in the space or not. We've had situations and instances where she's not necessarily right the way present at the time, and I just have to go off and do another reading, right? So we'll navigate through the space, but this is precisely why I'm trying my best to navigate through these types of dynamics so that it doesn't become something that basically starts to disrupt our space when we're having our space, right? That part. But it just kind of is what it is. If she's not here by the time we kind of get around to her, I'll pack it on my to-do list of stuff to do and get it penciled in on my stuff. These are my assignment lists. It just kind of is what it is, right? And I'll have to figure it out after the facts to be able to align it and get it done, right? That's why I've got the whole situation together for Rika, because Rika inspired an expansion outside of this space that is a very set circumstances of variables, and not everybody's variables and circumstances is going to be the same constantly all the time. And that's what the situation with Rika reminded me of. So we've got an opportunity to be able to accommodate where we can, okay? Because I can feel that spirit is basically trying to, that presence of chaos is trying to force its way into our space. And I'm trying my best to kind of like keep us, that part. Okay. So don't worry about it, guys. We're going to work with the circumstances that we're all navigating through, because circumstances are exactly that. They're just circumstances. Do you want me to keep track of your question, Adira, for when it's time? I've actually got a thingy as well on it. Hold on. I'm going to go back to Jasmine's question because that spiraled really quickly. So I'm going to come back down. I'm willing to work with this man. That's what's up. Love that. I don't want to be like everyone else. Remember that part. But I had to. And I realized I hurt his feelings. You did. And I think your feelings were hurt as well. It was one of those situations. I think you guys were both basically butt hurt. I'm back to you now, Jasmine, by the way. We had an intermission and now we're back. But yeah, I think you guys both had some hurt feelings in the situation. And I think that's kind of like some of the things that's causing a little bit of these misinterpretations in situations. Because I think with him, he's struggling with the capacity at the minute, because again, in all honesty, my love, you set a certain precedent when you guys kind of like got together, and where you were a little bit more carefree about a lot more, for you to define appropriate boundaries. Now you guys are going to navigate through a lot of resistance. I'm not going to lie to you. But he blocked me. And I honestly didn't even know I hurt his feelings, but he blocked me, lol. So that sucks. If hurting his feelings is what triggered him to do that, that is what happened. He did get triggered. Dang, Katie. Katie, you couldn't wake her up. He was like, no, I can't wait to see. Okay. Oh, dang. Okay, that's cool. We got KT's as well on the list. Dang, y'all. All right, I'm going to have to pick up pace because we're like 2 hours in and we're barely scratching surface on the free list. I don't even think Sam's going to be in here by the time we actually get around to her general. I don't even know if she's still here at this point, but yeah. I'm going to actually, right? I miss him and wish I can tell him happy birthday today. I mean, you can in spirit, you can send him a mental download. He'll feel your presence. His ear might burn and he might think, oh, someone's talking about me, but it's your mental email. So he'll pick it up, just not consciously. And it won't be a physical experience for both of you guys. So you think I just have to give him time then? I think he needs some time. I think he definitely needs some time to be able to kind of like navigate. I think outside of just a space with you as well, my love, I think he needs some time to be able to identify what he wants as well. And I think it's great that you know what you want and where you're at with the situation. But I think it's one of those things where we have to be able to hold space for other people to have their feelings as well, and process it at their pace. I think that obviously the divine masculine take a little bit more time, in terms of, the processing. I mean, it's a struggle because sometimes they don't really know what to process or where. Thank you, Katie. But yeah, let's go ahead and dive into it. What's the guidance, I guess, for our girl Jasmine in navigating through the situation? What's the guidance for Jasmine? What do you guys advise? Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay. The guidance for you is don't stop with your yes, exclamation mark. Don't stop with like being joyful and open and like allowing for yourself to basically be where you are, with the situation, but definitely navigate being a little bit more cognitive of what's actually going on within the dynamics of the space, because like I said, you set the precedent for a lot of things that you don't necessarily have the tolerance or capacity to withstand at the minute. And I think obviously 4 years in, your tolerance isn't where it was a year in, 2 years in, 3 years in even. You're in a different place, with your tolerance levels on certain things, and you have to take that into consideration as you navigate through the process as well, nonetheless, because you want to make sure that you're not basically setting the climate for you to fester in the spirit of resentment as well by choosing to be with this man, despite the fact that he has all of these inadequacies that you don't necessarily have the tolerance to be able to navigate. You have to, you saying that you want to be able to kind of like work with him, you have to make sure as well, you can't just work with somebody who's dead weight. I have to put this across to you because this is what they're saying to me as well, because you're going to have to, right now he's not necessarily motivated to work, and when he comes back he still won't be motivated to work, and it's something that if you want this person to ensure that you continue to maintain your own sound mental health in the process, of engaging in this relationship with this individual, the best thing for you to do. Yes, I do want to work with him, but right, I hear what you're saying, that part. He has to be willing to work as well, because otherwise you guys are going to continue to go through this cycle where you outgrow him every single time. And then when you speak up, he will show you exactly where he is, which is to respond in the way that he did, which is to basically dismiss you, because that's how he's experiencing his cognitive dissonance. He's just dismissing behavior. You just so happen to be the agent delivering said message, basically. The concept of like, don't shoot the messenger. You just so happen to be the person delivering a message he didn't want to hear, and you get blocked as an actual like representation of that cognitive dissonance, where he's just blocking out information that he doesn't know how to process, basically. So you got to keep that in mind. Okay, that part. Yeah. Hey, Leslie. Wow, I just wondered what he's going through, and he just doesn't communicate. Yeah, he's getting better. He's just not there yet. I think finding the words sometimes can be a little bit of a struggle for him, because he lives up here so much. Sometimes it can be a little bit of a struggle for him to kind of like articulate what it is that he's trying to say. But yeah, just want to be able to really give you a reality check. There's definitely delays in terms of him being able to sort of come back into the timeline anytime soon. Okay. In the next few weeks, you're going to be waiting, like within the next couple of weeks, for this situation. Maybe after the energies of the Sagittarius full moon, his walls might come down a little bit more, 2 weeks into the cycle. And you'll start to maybe see some level of communication or inclination. start to happen there. Okay. Yeah, and I'm the same way. I guess that's why it's worked this long. That part. Hello, can I ask for a reading? Hello, Alea. We are fully, I guess, closed on the free list. The donation list is on and popping at the minute. I've got a few on there that I need to get over to, girl. So yeah, thank you, Chaley. Be right back. All good. I will catch you when you're back. I'm Libra and I'm always in my head. I can imagine, beautiful. I can imagine. Sometimes you might, it's me being here. I can imagine. But I think you guys just need, what star sign's he, actually? What star sign is he? Yes, Leslie. We're dancing into Saturday night, girl. Okay, preparing for this Sagittarius full moon. Yeah, what star sign he, so I can get an understanding maybe of how your dance kind of like looks whilst it's playing out. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Oh, sorry. Blonde moment. I said we were here, but clearly I was there whilst you were here, girl. My bad. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. I've got my own Gemini as well. My partner's a Gemini as well. And it's really an interesting time for them. Should you go on vacation, Leslie? Listen, I'm going to add your question to the actual list of readings that I'll be doing for the non-live readings. I'm actually going to be putting that out on Wednesday. I'm going to do a reading for all the questions that didn't get answered in this live and actually put them out on Wednesday in a different little segment. No, you're good. Yeah, give it some time. The next couple of weeks is going to be sort of like pretty crucial. There's a little bit of a pivoting point that happens after about 2.5 weeks, and then things starts to open up a little bit. But it's still not, even my sister-in-law told me to just give things time. Yeah. I think at the minute for yourself, what you did was great, you know, in being able to kind of like speak up for yourself. But I think you also have to, I'll say this to you in terms of like what you're now, we keep missing each other, that part, Leslie. When it comes to the situation with you and Edgar, I think one of the things that you need to be doing as you're navigating through this process is really understanding, because you guys are just in the situation for you to understand what it is that you want. I'm going to say this to you, as they're in this place and we're in their sun season, right? Edgar's navigating through his own ego deaths, and obviously you're seeing how he responds to basically like constructive feedback, where he can potentially grow. Do you see what I'm saying? That part, exactly. Take exactly that. Take notes, right? Because this is where you're seeing, this is how he actually deals with situations where, you know, he might receive some information that he's not necessarily like receptive to. His response is to be able to dismiss, and then his behavior is then to actually like block. That's how he deals with these types of situations. So next time when the cycle comes up, you can figure out all the variables to the equation and see where you can intercept this blocking aspect of the cycle and see if you can get a different outcome. Because people come to me all the time, they're like, oh, when am I going to be out of this cycle? Well, did you figure out what variables are at play in the situation that is continuing to keep you on the loop? Because if you don't understand those aspects of the manifesting, you're going to be on the cycle for a minute, basically. Even for myself, this is why I try myself to like go through the cycles as quickly as I can, so I can get to the next time and the next time. You know, I know everybody would like to hope And that's what makes a relationship. Exactly, 100%. Like, life is just this way. That's the way that it's designed. You know what I mean? We're going to get these issues wherever we go. We find a suitable primate that we're willing to actually like deal with said issues with, basically, because they're going to show up regardless. You know, it's only a matter of time, really. Let me go and get back to the list of stuff. I think Nadira was actually next, actually. That caused a little bit of a stirring in the teapot. But Nadira, who's next on the list, this is the first question, and then question number 2. I don't know if she is here right now, because I know that she was like, that's okay, Jasmine. Thank you so much, my love, for stopping into the space. It was nice to like really unpack the dynamics of everything. Don't worry, Ariana, we're not even like there yet. We're literally like now just moving through the actual donation list, because the donation list is actually like picked up. Okay, so first, are there any messages from Manny? Interesting. I was going to see a medium, and I've been seeing hashtag number 24 a lot. Is it him sending me these? Interesting. You might want to, I'm not sure in terms of like the timeline of his transition. Oh, there you are. That's what's up, girl. Look. No, that's okay, beautiful. I'm glad that you are here, because I was just about to say, I hope that she's here for when I'm actually like doing this reading, because I would need her presence here. Manny is around, firstly. Like, I can tell you that for free, because I think it was earlier this week. Again, it was like 2 days ago. So that would have been on Thursday this week, actually, that I was like observing him, observe you, basically, because yeah, it's a thing. Basically, we all have the capacity to be able to do these types of stuff, right? But in my mind's eye, I was observing him, and he was kind of like telling me about the story of how it's such a different like experience now being on that side and being able to kind of like observe you in essence. And he was like telling me like it's almost like there's even a deeper layer of like admiration and love. Like, I think now he gets you, now he understands you, like now he sees the depth of you as a person, and he's still learning it. But I think now he's kind of like at a place where he's just growing into this like new layer of like love and care for you, for lack of a better way of putting it, to be honest. It's almost like set a new precedent for the level of intimacy in terms of like how he knows you. Like now he really feel like he knows you, and he knows like the level of how much of a beautiful person you are. And I think he's definitely somebody that's on your team as far as like support for you in terms of like your dark moments that you're kind of like navigating through at the minute. Because I think sometimes it's almost like, and I think that this was something that he was talking about like with the situation. Exactly that, beautiful. This was something that he was talking about with the situation as well, that like I think why he called out to me, basically, because that's why I was observing him, observing you through his eyes, basically. Why he called out to me is because obviously I'm one of the only, I guess, channels that you have a connection to at the minute, to be able to kind of like convey certain things. But he was basically saying that it's sad because he can feel that like in your grieving process, you're navigating through just a little bit of the survivor's guilt, thinking that you could have done more, or you should have done something differently, or there you keep going through this looping every so often as you're going through the emotional processing of everything, where you keep asking yourself what's narrating you keep narrating these stories that you should have done more and you could have done this, and all of like there's all of these things that you keep doing. And it was so interesting, like when he actually called out to me, because I was like, oh, it was interesting because I was like proper having a conversation with him. I was like, oh, what's she feeling? And he was like, I think it's survivor's guilt, like she obviously, because I went so quickly. So this is how he was explaining everything to me. He was like, because of the fact that I went so quickly and unexpectedly, I think that she is having a hard time accepting that potentially this was just the way that our story was written, right? And she's struggling to be able to adjust to the reality that this is actually the way that our story's kind of unfolding, because this is her first experience of like death this close to her, right? And he was kind of like saying to me, because I sent you some energy as well, girl, yet again. I'm sorry. I can't help it. Spirits come to me and I just do my part. So I hope that that was okay. I didn't want to be intrusive because I even said to him, like, look, I never really like to send people energy without them being basically aware of the aspects of the situation. But he really did say that, like, you're doing your best to be able to kind of like push through it. But he was just asking this favor of me, because it's like you just need just this little thing, just a little thing, right? Yes, I keep saying that I never experienced this, and yes, it's okay. Like that's one of the things. Thank you for clarifying, because I was like, oh, bless her, because I can see that she's kind of like almost there, but it's just a lot to process, and I understand that like it's all just so overwhelming, right? It's all good. Thank you, beautiful, because I'm never sending anything. I'm always coming from a place of love, and literally when they come to me, I'm like, yeah, Nadira, we are on donations, my love. Ariana, just to answer your question. But yeah, I think when he did reach out, it was just one of those situations where he wanted to be able to like just let you know that you're cool. Like I think that you can sometimes be a little bit like mentally restless as well, like you're overthinking a little bit. And I think that that was one of the things. So he had me send energy to your heart space and to your mind space as well, because your mind was just going over time. And then your heart space was just a little bit, yeah, it was just like in a state of confusion. It's like you're kind of like holding yourself back. You're questioning, like, is it too soon for you to actually be okay now? It's okay. It's actually okay to be okay. I know you're still navigating through the process of like the situation and like kind of like finding where you are with everything. But it's okay to actually be okay. And I think that that's one of the main things that he wants you to know. Because I think sometimes he sees how it's like you catch yourself being okay, and then it becomes a little bit more like you start to create these restrictions for yourself, like you can't be okay, it's too soon to be okay, or there's too much going on, or you know what I mean. Your process is whatever your process is for you, and it's actually okay to have okay moments. And honestly, I'm happy he's still, yeah, like he honestly, like I think even in life he was always a bit of a jovial spirit anyway, so he prefers like happy he's still conscious in a way. 100%. 100%. Like his consciousness continued his journey, you know what I mean, just outside of his physical body, and he still had a lot of care for you, and he still checks in. Obviously now he's in the photons in the atmosphere and the ions in the atmosphere as well, so he can be everywhere. He has the ability to now be omnipotent in the experience of his transition into spirit. So now it's like he gets to be able to see and observe and be around like all the time. And like I said, like now it's almost like he feels like you guys is like friendship even has been taken to a different level. Obviously the relationship, the romantic side of the relationship sort of like came to an end the way that it has. But your friendship continues just in a different dynamic. And I think he's really excited to be able to kind of like embark on that aspect of the journey with you, because I think he sees great potential in you as well. And I think he really wants to be able to kind of like lend his support to your process as well. Okay. So yeah. That would be said messages, and you were probably getting some intuitive downloads, because he was saying by the time he called me and I got into the space, because I think I was like getting called for like a good while, a good couple of hours before I had the emotional capacity, because I was doing a bunch of stuff at the time on the day, to actually sit into the space and like make myself available to like channel basically. And he was just saying, yeah, like he was just navigating through the space where you were navigating through just a little bit of despair, just a little bit. It's not like too much, I would say. If anything, it was probably like a level 4 despair, it wasn't like too intense, which he was grateful for, but he was like, yeah, he was just trying to make sure that he sits with you and feeds positive energy into you, just so that um like it's a sense of being alone. I think that that's what triggered basically the feeling of despair. So he was talking to me about that, saying that I think she kind of like got to this place from feeling like now it kind of like means that she's alone in terms of like the romance side of things, and having to figure that out, and when is it like time to move on, and how do I even navigate that space, and all of these questions that she had. So he was just kind of like letting me know like where you are in terms of like your processing with everything. And he seems to be just watching, to be fair. He just seems to be watching over you and just making sure that you're present. Yeah. I was hoping to see more signs and to see him in my dream. Well, see, this is the thing, right? He's actually around. If anything, his presence actually might help you to develop some of your intuitive senses, in essence, my love, to sense him, because that was the reason why he actually called out to me on Thursday, because he said that he was obviously trying to sense certain energies, and he was trying to sense certain feedback, right? He was trying to channel to you so that you could hear him, but because so when we're like navigating through emotions of despair and stuff like that, it denses, like the body becomes very dense, so it's a little bit of a struggle to kind of like hear from certain realms of channel basically. But I think it's one of those things where he knows that you're actually kind of like, for the most part, able, I guess. He knows that you can feel him, and that's the thing, right? He knows that you can sort of feel his presence around, but it wasn't necessarily, it's like I don't know, it's like having a conversation where he just can't be heard. He knows you can feel his presence, but as he communicates, obviously there's a little bit of a challenge with your clairaudiency, to be able to kind of like really receive the feedback. I definitely got the energy you sent me. I even decided to clean my space. That's what's up. That's what's up, beautiful. That's what's up. Because I think that was the thing. He was like trying to basically just, I think by the time he got, like, he was a little bit panicked. I don't want to say panicked because obviously it's a different type of dynamic, because they're still like human archetypes, if you will, in that essence as well. Emotions just kind of are what they are. But literally, he was a little bit like, look, this is kind of like getting into a little bit of a dip. Let's kind of like shift the energy. So there you go. There you go. I think he was just kind of like trying to create a new scene for you to kind of like be able to kind of have a different experience, beyond the Thursday. I think he wanted to be able to say, yeah, like the weekend's coming up. He loves a good little party as well. I think that was one of the things he was saying to me. Yeah, the weekend's coming up. We want to kind of like get her like out of this funk and kind of like get her into a completely different sort of like vibe. He seems to be like settled for the most part, and it's so weird. But he seems to be like in acceptance of like his new reality in spirit as well. I think he gets to see the world through like a completely different lens, and I think that's where his enthusiasm is, for the situation. Like he gets to see like the world, like actually the world. Because when he was like, when he came through and was speaking to me, just about where he's at the minute, and just explaining like, I don't even know, like it's not even that bad. It's actually okay. Like I'm doing this and I'm doing that, and I get to see my mom, and I get to do this, and I get to, like, there was like a lot of enthusiasm basically just for like this new reality of life that he's kind of like experiencing at the same time as well. But he does take into consideration that the process for everybody else may be a little bit different, and he's kind of yeah. that's that was it. That was it. He loves a good party, and I was like, he's like, yeah, we need to like get her up and going. Like the weekend's gonna be here, man. I'm like, okay. So I'm glad. Hopefully, in his honor, you can have a nice and lit weekend experience, right? Because he doesn't like, he was like, okay, cool. Like, everything has happened. It is what it is. Life has transpired. But do you see what I'm saying? Like, he's just like, okay, this is what we're doing. How are we going to experience life now and all of that kind of stuff? I think he sometimes feel you yearning for him. And I think obviously the dream is one of the ways in which you would, I guess, hope that he'd be able to come to you, but you actually have stronger senses. Okay, so a lot of the times when we get visited by dreams, it's because a lot of the times there's already communication that's being had, like it through our other senses that we're not necessarily picking up. So they just show up in a dream and be like, okay, I'm gonna meet you at the spot. Now I give you all the feedback, but make sure you come back with the information. Okay. And then sometimes even after the dream, we forget the information depending on what the dream entails. But you're actually like quite intuitively gifted enough. So I think he spends a lot of time around you, generally speaking, right? He spends a lot of you laugh, but it's so true. Like sometimes they're like, okay, I'm gonna come into your dream because you just don't seem to be hearing me. I'll be trying to talk and conversate, but it just does not seem to be happening. So they come, they give you the information in the dream, and then sometimes you come back and you're like, what they say? I'll tell you how many times I've come back. I'm like, guys, wait, I'm going back to sleep. Meet me at the same spot. And let's pick up where we left off in that dream. Because I think I forgot the information. I forgot the spoiler alert, that part. So that happens too. So he's already around, and he's doing a lot in terms of like just making sure that you're actually like going through your grieving process. Actually, he's very supportive of your grieving process, which is nice. I've been seeing 24 a lot. When did his transition happen? What date did that happen? Let me ask you that question. Because I think he's actually at a place where he's grateful as well. So that's why I want to sort of like ask you that question there oh, okay. Cool. May 10th. Okay. Oh, completion. 10's about completion. New beginnings and completion 4 days after I saw him and we were intimate. Okay. And I get it. Yeah. Well, the reason why I asked about the 24 thing, right? Because obviously that was your question number 2, right? I've been seeing, I don't know why we're so connected as well, as far as the situation as well, Nadira, can I just say, because well, to be fair, I think I'm just at that place as well, because people's spirits have just, I was doing my yoga this morning and like one of my colleagues' nans, his grandmother, just like stopped into the space and randomly just started like messaging something to me, and I was just like, okay. And she was like, yeah, pass on the message. And I'm like, okay, that's the thing. That's what we're doing. But yeah, it's the whole thing. I will add your question, Jasmine, to the list of questions that I will answer. Tune in on Wednesday for that video. It's not going to be a live reading. It will be an edited video, and you are going to be probably number 8 on the list from what I've got here. So yeah, subscribe and hit the notification bell. That way you can be kept in the know of when I do upload the video. But yes, like that part. Okay. So with the situation, why I asked about the 24 is because 2 plus 4 is actually 6. 6 universally is all about gratitude. Basically, it's a vibration of gratitude. And in a point of reference as far as a message, also as well, can I just ask, how old are you, my love? Sorry, because they're asking me to ask that as well. How old are you? If you don't mind me asking as well. Oh, thank you, Mina. Thank you. Listen, the list got so thin for me. I'm like, dang, I wouldn't even know. I still do have like the original list, so I'm gonna keep that because that has okay, 19. Yeah. I think a reason why I asked about that situation as well, and keep notes as well. You may be at a certain place on your healing journey when it comes to a lot of the stuff that you're navigating through now. Like this wound, basically, this, because it's a grieving process that you're navigating through. So this wound that you're navigating through, you might be navigating through a journey where you can come to a place of acceptance and be able to feel gratitude. So that may be in reference to a timeline of the age 24, which again, cycle 24, your 24th cycle around the sun, maybe where you find your actual peace with the situation, where the dynamic is completely different, right? Because some of the things that you may be asking questions about with the situation, one may be answering that with the question, sorry, the numerology 24 by saying, okay, 24, that may be the timeline for that situation. Also, that's where you'll be able to experience gratitude. Also, that's where you can understand my level of experiencing gratitude with the situation, because now I'm grateful to actually be where I am in navigating through the process, right? And it's not just him. He's actually, you also have 2 additional support on your team, 2 guardian angels as well, who are transitions from this realm into that space. And it's not just 2, but there's 2 other ones that are like 2 supports to him. Like whenever he's in the space, there's 2 angels that are also there, constantly always supporting him as he's able to kind of like pour into you in navigating through this situation. I think the only reason why those 2 angels sort of like let him in, because they seem to be very heavily guarded with you, is because they know that what you're navigating through, okay, yeah, because there's 2 female spirits. So the only reason why they let him in to this space is because they know that like he's a lot of what you're navigating through right now. So like his energy can be quite supportive to what it is that you're navigating through. Because they're pretty like stiff and heavy with it, girl. They don't play. I think they had to he had to basically get, a rite of passage, if you will, from them. So yeah, beautiful. I think you're at a good place in the process that you're navigating through at the minute. And if you want to go and see a medium to kind of like get some clarity on the, no, girl, like seriously, they weren't playing. Like he had to, I think he had to basically plead his case he's like, look, this wound, I'm responsible for this wound of grieving. Like, just let me help her navigate through this, basically. And then they were like, okay, basically. So at least you're very heavily protected, my love, which is nice. We love to hear that. But yeah, I think where you guys are all at with the situation and everything that you're moving through right now, just take your time with it. Like, if you want to go and see a medium to kind of like help you with your process, he doesn't have a problem with that. He'll speak to you through anybody who will allow him to. Like, that's the thing. And I think also it's so weird, but I don't want to say that. I'm not going to say that he gets a kick out of being in transition in that reality, but I think he's just like almost in shock. Like, oh my God. I was hoping he didn't. But I think he was like he's thinking this is so cool. He's still adjusting. He's still adjusting, right? But he does think that there's a lot of freedom in his new reality of life. Yeah. I don't think he realizes the severity of the situation, girl. That's probably the best way that I can put it. I mean, I think he does realize the severity clearly, and I know that he realizes, but I mean, like, really realizes, you know what I mean? But he seems to be, yeah, he kind of got a kick out of it. He's a Sagittarius. It makes it like, that's literally it. He's just like, oh, and I can do this, and I can go here, and I can do this. It's just, he low key is like totally fine. Like he's accepted that this is his new norm. He's just kind of like figuring out how to ride his training bike now, basically. You know, and he's actually like appreciative of like I said, a lot of the freedom that he has now that he perhaps didn't necessarily have in his body, I guess, to be able to do certain things. I think even when he was thinking, and it was funny, right? Because when he did actually like end up calling me, it was because the other two guardians that were basically there observing him trying to help you navigate through the process of this wound, right? Because he was like trying to feed you like positive energy and everything like that. He came to like a little bit of a halt, and he asked for their help, and they're like, no, you said you had it type thing. You're gonna have to like figure this one out because obviously he's still in training. Like obviously he's in training now on how to be able to navigate the spirit realm. So yeah, that's when he kind of like called me into the space and he was like, yeah, I need her to understand, like it's actually so lit. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I'm like, whoa, wait, calm down. So yeah. Did he mention anything about tattooing? So this was interesting, right? Because I think that this was uh, an aspect where he was actually going to, how can I put it? It's funny that you asked about that question, right? Because recently, it wasn't the same day on the Thursday, it was on the Friday. Yeah, he is having fun. A little bit too much fun, if you ask me, to be honest with you. Actually, for somebody who's just like recently transitioned, he's like, he's adjusting to the experience. But he was actually sort of like, so on Friday, he, I wouldn't say woke me up from my sleep, but it was just as I was coming back into my body from sleep. And he was like, hey, do you think like I could like train her to live up to my skill if she can like hone in on the craft? And I was like, I don't know, does she even want to do tattooing? I was like, okay, let me ask her. He's okay about the tattoo, obviously, that you want to do, and he's happy for you to kind of like navigate through that space. Did you manage to get the tattoo done already? Let me ask you that question. But how do you feel about tattooing? Because that was something, yes, girl, yes. I'm like, let me ask her. Let me ask her. Yeah, that part. Because it was interesting. It was almost like he was going to be kind of channeling the energy. I was practicing tattooing a couple of days ago. Yeah, he wants to help you to be able to kind of like a lot of the skill set that he had, he'll be your guide basically on how to kind of like go through your lines and all this type of, he's there for you on that. 100%. 100%. I was thinking about him the whole time. Yes, because he's your guide. He's your guide for that, my love. He's your guide. He's like, I was seeing him like showing you about the thingies because he literally like said that to me as I came back on Friday morning, like to sort of like really tie into the space because I think that desire that you are sort of like feeling like burning now, that's starting to surface, like he's actually sparking that flame, you know, and he's willing to kind of like nurture it as well, basically. So it's funny that you asked that question, actually, because I remember on Friday when I woke up, I was like, okay, I'll check in. We'll see if she comes into the live. I said to him, same place and time, make it a date and I'll ask her. So I'm glad that he brought you into this space. Obviously, we missed the free list, but we moved nonetheless. We were able to kind of like get it done. But yes, he has plans for you on that as well, my love. Yeah. So that part. There's so much out there. Let me close out the space with like a work your light guidance, actually. Because there was so much in there. Okay. Trust your path. Oh, look at Lena. I can see her just staring at me through the window. Oh, is that a planet right next to her? Oh, what's the guidance for Nadira as she navigates through the process? Thank you. Awakening. An awakening. I'm going to say this too, my love, right? And I think that this is an awakening as far as your tattoo potential, I guess. We'll call it that, right? It's almost like a passing on of the baton. He had certain qualities that wasn't going to allow for him to get to where he could potentially get to with the tattooing game. And I think with this situation, his sacrifice isn't going to be in vain, because he wants to be able to kind of train you. So you get the difference between the both of you guys. He's like, no, you're not saying it properly. Okay, so the difference between you guys basically is that, yes, he had charisma, but he also had a tendency to kind of like be a little bit like he could rub people the wrong way sometimes as well, basically. He could rub people the wrong way depending on what side of him they get in that moment. And I think those were some of the qualities where his talent wasn't really going to be able to kind of like allow for him to be able to go through certain doors just based on talent alone, because that aspect of his personality would also see him kind of like experience a few closed doors as well. Whereas the dynamics with you, he can nurture that aspect of, basically the skill. Like he can guide you now that the dynamics of the situation is what it is. He can guide you in terms of developing your skill set to be able to meet the level of talent caliber that he had, but also you have a certain eye for detail and you also have a certain level of personal care when it comes to everything that is going to be able, like he's just showing me it's a team effort, it's a team situation, it's a team circumstances. And with her, she could go a lot farther than I could, even with my raw talent. Even though she's just starting off, she has so many other qualities that makes her, how can I put it? Yeah, it just makes you probable. It makes you probable. I wanted to return to the shop we worked at together, but I think it will be triggering since that's where he had the accident at. That might be a little bit triggering for you. I don't know. How do you feel? Yeah, no, honestly, beautiful. I think you definitely, I said to him, like, if he gets you into the space, same place, time, I'll be able to deliver the information. But yeah, I think obviously you wanted to go see a medium. We're having a little bit of a mediumship experience at the minute, in terms of relaying certain messages. When he was here, he told me I seem to be anxious. I think that's what you're sort of saying. when he was here, he told me I seem to be anxious. And I think that this is another area where he's actually going to be able to work with you on your confidence with the situation. Because I think the anxiety from what he's observed is you questioning your capabilities, right? Too anxious to do tattoos, girl. He's going to work with you. He's going to work with you as far as like your steady hand. Um you have a what's it called, you have a certain artistic flair. Basically, you have a certain artistic flair that is going to be manifested to the point where you can see it, but it's going to take some moving beyond your own insecurities, because the anxiety is only because of your tendency to question yourself so much, right? And he's going to help you to work on those things in the process, as far as like being able to like execute on the talent side of things and making sure that you know your lines are good, all this stuff. Like literally he's your guide for that situation, like 100%. And he's gonna like help you to be able to execute like really really nicely actually. I'm seeing it's something that you do in the future. Well, you guys do in the future, because he's like, yeah, we're a team. It's something you guys do in the future. And obviously, as far as the shop situation, obviously it might be still, we've literally just got into June. So I don't know how you're feeling about like going back to the shop. Anyone would understand if it's too soon for you to kind of like be back in that space. But yeah, with the situation, with the situation, take your time. Take your time, no rush on that. Because when you do go in there, you are going to obviously deal with revisiting the scene of your trauma, regardless, whenever you decide to go in there. So take your time. Yeah. The boss has been on my heels about it. Yeah, I don't think I want to go back. Yeah, I think obviously, I understand that the boss is trying to understand how to navigate through the process and the situation. I don't think that you are there working per se, is what I'd say to you. But I do see you being able to sort of go and visit there eventually, when it's not so, you know. If I go back, I'll be doing piercings, but that's not where my heart's at currently. That part, that part. Do you see what I'm saying? Like you're still growing, I guess, into this new venture that's developing in your soul, you know. So stay true to your process, my love. If you don't feel like it aligns for where you are now, and God is taking you on a detour and you're being moved into a different dynamic, based on your new circumstances of life, go with where your faith walk is taking you. If it's not the place for you right now, because I don't see you necessarily wanting to be back there, and you would feel very enclosed basically being in that kind of space. So yeah, and also Manny's everywhere you look in that space, which might be a little bit triggering for you as well. Right? So that's what I'd say with the situation. Hey, Sammy, don't worry, girl. I'm coming to you next now. We're back onto the free list, guys. We've navigated through the donation list. We're 3 hours in. That was all the time that I planned to be in here for, but here we go. I hope that that was useful for you, though, Nadira. I'd say in terms of seeing the medium, if you want to go deeper into certain things, feel free. Go and speak to somebody that you want to be able to ask some direct questions to as well. And yeah, this healing process, you may be navigating through a big breakthrough at the age 24 as well. So keep that in mind. Sometimes when we see certain numerology, we're asking about certain things and they're telling about like where on the cycle, basically, that timeline has already manifested itself. Oh no. Oh yes, KT, girl, I forgot about you. My bad, girl. Sammy, we ain't finished with the donation list yet, girl. My bad. Yeah, definitely. I went there recently and saw his empty space. Yeah, that part, girl. That part. I know, Katie. I see you. My bad, girl. Sorry. I think it's because of my sheer panic about how like long these readings are going, and I'm barely even anywhere on the donate on the free list. The free list is still, to be fair, I guess like I don't even know how many people are still here from the free list. I know Smoradina is going to be here, Mina, Ariona, Sammy, Sonaria. I don't know if I've even seen her. Rika, we've moved that over on Rika. PG, I don't know if PG's here. Chaley, um, is in and out as well, I think, and SK as well is around. So yeah, that's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, guys. Yeah. What I'm gonna say on the question for KT, put your question out there, my love. I am going to head off. Yeah, I know. Honestly, guys, there was a presence of chaos that was basically trying to intercept our space. You guys just so happened to be, unfortunately, the variables that was high probability for it to manifest itself. But it's okay. We navigated through it. And thank you guys for just being so dope and awesome. I love you guys for that. I'm going to go get my bed slippers, y'all. And I'm going to go and use the loo because I've been here for like 3 hours already talking ish. And I've barely even done anything because we ain't even know where on the list. Damn. Your girl's gonna do better, y'all. Okay, so KT, yeah, Mina. We forgot KT on the list. And I think KT actually donated twice, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken. Let me have a look, actually, because I think uh, oh, KT, you always coming with this. Love it. Love it. I'm excited for that question already. Let me just go and get myself together. All right. Sorry, y'all. I'll be back. I don't even have any snacks. I'm gonna go get me a cookie. I'll be back too. Sorry, y'all. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Mina. I know we're running extremely behind time today. Katie, let me get your question up. Made some really good tuna pasta, guys. And I went to the kitchen, it was smelling really good. I almost fixed a plate to come into the space and eat. It was really good. Okay, so Katie wants to know, what types of advanced skills did my ancestors implement into their spirituality? I feel there's so much to be uncovered. Okay, thank you for asking this question, right? So in terms of like some of the aspects, yeah, all good, Mina. In terms of some of the aspects of some of the advanced skills that they had, some of the things that they would do. Okay, so even in their craftsmanship, one, I think we spoke about carpentry as one of the skill sets, with like one of the things that the ancestors had, that was one of their talents basically. That was something that they pretty much like they tapped into other forces to really be able to optimize that skill set, right? That ability to really be able to like give everything to the craftsmanship. One of the things that they were really good at, as far as like when they were doing anything, actually, just in general, everything that they did, they actually moved with this spirit and presence of knowing deep within self. That's why it's actually so prominent within you, actually. Interestingly enough, they're showing like this is something that it's not to say that it's been lost. It's something that other people on your lineage also have that same quality, but it seems to be very lost underneath a lot of other projections. So they really appreciate the fact that you carry this quality so strongly, because this was one of their main agents that was able to lead them and direct them in guidance into some of the things that they were manifesting. So they were very much, how can I put it? Science was a really intricate part of their spirituality as well. So that was actually another area of everything that they were. Okay, interesting as well. So when I say science, I mean alchemy. Alchemy was one of their biggest tools when it comes to spirituality. Um, they would utilize the formatting. So they would format energy. That was one of the things that they were very good at. They would format energy in their minds, and they're very good at that skill set. It's very optimized. The mind is very optimized to be able to lay out the blueprint basically of certain situations, because again, their clairvoyant senses were quite developed, at least I want to say 7 or 8 generations back. It's kind of depleted over time from like the 5th generation. Yeah, from like the 5th generation back, it started to deplete a little bit in terms of whether or not you guys were able to sort of like utilize that clairvoyant senses with as much conviction as you did, like 3 generations prior, which is 8 generations before you. They're showing me as well, one of the things that they would do with their alchemy is they would do a lot of rituals, actually, a lot of water rituals and a lot of verbalizing rituals as well. When I say water, I mean cleansing water. I don't want to call it holy water, but I'll say blessed water. They used to work with that aspect of things quite a fair bit as well. And then they also had situations where they would work with nature in itself as well. They would call upon the elements of nature. Listen, you got some deep alchemy in your ancestry, girl. Okay, they would call upon the elements of nature because they knew how to command. Again, this is why science was a very intricate part of their processing, right? Yes, girl, yes, because that's what they were like. They were like, yeah, yeah, science, but really the performance of it was actually alchemy. It was for the purpose of our alchemy processes that we were able to sort of like execute the science of what it is that we learn. And they, it's so interesting. Oh, it's so interesting. Like I'm hearing, and they're like, oh, if we were to talk like there's so many series and sequences of this, because even before that, there was also, okay, 15 generations back is really where this like zest for science really started to develop into this thing that became like the practice of the alchemy and everything like that. They learned how to work with different energetic forces from then. That's really when they learn, about 15 generations back. Interesting. Yeah, about 15 generations back, they really started to move heavily with the presence of understanding how to navigate through like building. And I don't mean just building things, I mean building life. And I think that this is where the carpentry thing became, because as it started to die down basically on the lineage, it started to manifest solely on one plane of existence, which is in the physical realm. So now that's what became carpentry, right? So that's building science essentially, right? But that building science actually came from the original formatting of alchemy science, which was the ability to build the reality or the plane of the existence that one wants to manifest. So this is very, very interesting, because they're showing like how like that's about to kind of like start to build back up into the original context of what it was, like that pattern that has kind of like fallen on the lineage, because like that there's been other areas basically that's been displaced. So now that it's kind of like come into carpentry, or as a manifestation as carpentry, it's about to start going up now that someone like yourself is on the lineage who has that vision again, that trust and faith and belief in the clairs that you're navigating through. Because I think that that was one of the things that they were saying, like as time went on, a lot of the generations, their clairs started to get blocked, like their clair senses, right? Their intuitive senses started to get blocked by different aspects of the situation, just things that weren't necessarily accounted for. And this is why I say to people, a lot as well, right? Because even now, as they're telling like the story, this is just validating my theory of what I hear from other spirits quite a lot of spirits. I was advised to learn about herbs and psalms. Girl, I'm telling you, that's it. Trust me, when I started alchemy class with my guides, that was one of the most prominent aspects. But you're going to need the herbs a lot to work with the body, and the actual like energy field of the body, and then you're going to need the psalms to work with the spirit. You're going to need the psalms to work with the protection of the force fields. You mentioned forces, 15 generations. Yeah, 50. This is up to 15 generations. So this is where this really started to take precedent on your lineage, in terms of like the actual like act of alchemy, and actually being able to practice the formatting of layering spirituality, like layering things. So it's like things coming down from the heavens right into the 3D. Like they learn how to be able to connect. They utilize a lot of not just the angels per se, but they also utilize a lot of spirits and forces. But again, science was very key and intricate into the detailing of it, because it was about the ions in the atmosphere. So they learned the science of the ions, and that was what they utilized to really be able to like summon. Girl, definitely get into that class with the herbs and psalms. It'll change your life. I can't tell you if it's for the better or worse just yet, but yeah. From Ancestor explained, they were taught by forces. They were taught by forces. That was the whole, this is why I was saying, like, so the 15 generations back, that's how they got taught, right? That's how they started to be taught. That's when their senses were at its heightened. And that's when they were able to sort of like tune into their own channels and speak to the ancestors before them. And that's when they were also able to kind of like set scope for ancestors like yourself as their predecessors, right? Sounds like someone came from elsewhere. Well, something. Something. It was a case of something in the dynamic of the way that it was disclosed to me in terms of like the teaching of the process of the alchemy that they were sort of taught at that time, because it wasn't necessarily learning from a teacher per se. It was more a presence, it was more a force, and again, this was through their own clairs, their own intuitive senses. Yeah, something, girl. Something. I wouldn't want to offend it. Um, and I guess like put it in a context of one, but something, because it was a very, very, very multifaceted being, very, very multifaceted being, and it wasn't just like it was beyond the realms of the angels, and this is really, really interesting, actually. Yeah, like the teaching that they had, it was beyond the realms of the angels, because it wasn't just about foresight and prophecy per se. It was really about being able to understand the metrics of said matrix, and that's actually the 15th generation was where they got gifted the talent on the lineage 15 generations back. I think it had a lot to do with like the trials and tribulations they were navigating through around about that time in terms of their existence, which is why the presence actually, there was something that they were preying on, and the presence actually was able to kind of like guide them and navigate them through the process. And in the process, it actually taught them how to do more, because they were actually so studious throughout the process of it all. Like they learned fairly quickly. They optimized in areas where they had a basic understanding when they initially started, and very quickly was able to overcome. And that seems to be like a pattern that persists, I guess, on the lineage. You were one of the ones that they were able to cover, thankfully, because basically, as they made certain trials and errors throughout their process of the alchemy, they weren't aware basically of the implications of how certain decisions would play out. They had some sense, but they hoped that the outcome would have been different as far as the amount of people that went to sort of like sleep on the lineage for a while. And when I say sleep, it's just like the dormant presence, obviously, of all these clairs ready to be activated because they once were. But not enough work was being put into it. So practice your herbs and your psalms, like they said, because it's going to continue to basically, like the psalms is going to keep you protected enough to be able to kind of optimize your body with the herbs to kind of like get your cellular activation to a certain level for your awakening to almost how can I put it, be substantiated by your human, right? Because I have to navigate through stuff like that myself a lot of the times. But as you go through the process, like the herbs is going to prepare your human, and the psalms is going to cover your human throughout the process. which is then going to give you an opportunity to learn as much as you can throughout your process of the alchemy, right? So yeah, feel like it's exciting times. I smell stronger now. I see black things moving around too. That's how the shadows appear first as well. That's how the shadows appear first until so when it was like appearing like that to me at first, I didn't necessarily always feel comfortable all the time until like I locked myself in a dark room basically to face my fear of like darkness at the time. Because that was basically what was intercepting my ability to perceive. But beyond the black thing is a cloaking. The black thing is a cloaking. So look like geometric shapes. Exactly, my love. Exactly. The black thing is a cloaking for like just different vibrational beings and entities. Yeah. You see, it's black hole. The black hole. There's different like shapes basically of black holes, if you will, geometric shapes. Yeah, geometric shapes, which basically represents like different vibrations. It holds different levels of sound within it. It's just, yeah, it's life basically in its original form and context as like science pretty much before it's observed in this physical realm the way that we do. But yeah, beautiful. It sounds like obviously the veil is like down for you. The smell being stronger, that's interesting as well. That refers to clairsentient ability and picking up on that, and clairvoyance seems to be like activated at the minute. So that's not bad. That's a good place to sort of like be with the situation. Sometimes like having the clairsentient ability definitely helps to like, you know, like how we have the nose to like smell food, to eat, you know, even before we like physically taste the food and stuff like that. It's the same thing. Sometimes like the clairsentient ability will give you the opportunity to sniff out information, to really be able to get the full picture of anything that the clairvoyant senses isn't necessarily picking up on. So it's good to see that like your because we don't speak about the nasal chakra, but we do actually have like a sense for the nasal chakra as well. It's also connected somewhere within like the range of the throat chakra as well. But yeah, clairsentient. So it's nice to see that those things are activated for you at the minute. Interesting. Interesting. Are you ready? Are you ready to kind of dive into everything? Where are you with like training? I love a good training. Sorry. This is why they actually chose me at the time when they did as well, because I will be going down some dangerous paths and be like, oh my god, this is so exciting. That's me. And it's sad. And really, that's what's up, girl. That's what's up. It's actually very exciting. I mean, dangerous. I'm not gonna lie. There's some real spirits out here, for real, but very exciting. And to know that your lineage already has like this genetic predisposition that is being reactivated. Um, I think so. What happened, just to sort of put this into context for you as well, just because there's like a level of understanding here, because they're sort of like saying to me, okay, we have to set the expectation now that we know, okay, she's confirmed already. We have to make sure that she's aware basically of what she has lying ahead of her so that she can determine whether or not she's willing now that we know that she's ready. So basically they're saying like what transpired in the 15-year process, in the 15th generation, sorry, when they started, by the time they got to around about the 8th generation, it was still like it wasn't what it was. Like they had really optimized, but then they started to dip like 6 generations in from the 15th. So the 9th generation, they started to dip. And then by the 8th generation, previously, and it was because of a lot of the work that they were doing so much to basically optimize their body, and they weren't necessarily also processing. So that was one of the things that they kind of like, I think obviously spirit has taken a lot of these things into consideration now as well, to be able to help with the process for the collective in terms of our healing, right? Because when we bypass certain processes, it trickles into the next generation, or maybe not the next generation, or do you understand? Like a lot of these things was like basically things that they hadn't necessarily worked on as far as their personal character. Do you see what I'm saying? They were busy working on certain aspects of the science of everything, but there were certain aspects of their personal character that they didn't sort of like work through, basically. And that was what started to cause this trickling effect later on, where the generations later on was struggling to be able to maintain the level of perceptivity with the spiritual senses. They started to basically lose access to certain files, and genetically speaking, the blueprint started to be rewritten in a different context because those character flaws weren't also being worked on at the same time. Girl, listen, do it. Trust me. Even with that as well, like since I've like God's put me back into Bible studies, I told you guys I got Bible studies tomorrow even as well, right? I mean, like I have to sit there and I have to like play, like I play a lesser version of myself basically in terms of knowledge, because sometimes my knowledge and stuff will irritate people. So I play a little bit of a lesser version just so that they can feel good about themselves, because I'm not really trying to trigger anybody's insecurities. But the knowledge and depth of knowledge and information that is in the Bible, like God just keeps taking me back to it myself. So definitely, like there's so much information in there on like science itself. Condensation's already been outlined in the Bible. Like ages before we even like started to have that type of dialogue. It's definitely a Bible of science. It's also a Bible of like our history and everything like that, because it speaks about like where the female population is now as far as the story of how we started menses and stuff like that. I'm actually going to be utilizing the Bible to outline certain things. So definitely go there, because there's a lot of hidden information there that is very, like how the Bible itself speaks about like wolves in sheep clothing that will basically like teach. I was literally having this conversation with a friend today where I was like speaking about the fact that obviously they told Jesus' story after the fact. They admired Jesus even whilst they were fighting against Jesus, right? Prophet Isa. And if you look at more so our experiences of reality, that would probably be more in alignment basically with the perception of the walk that Prophet Isa, Jesus, would have had in his time. But it's one of those situations where there's a lot of misperception in the Bible. I mean, the first thing that the book of Genesis actually speaks about is the 7 days that it took to actually like create civilization, if you will, reality. And these are some of the things that actually like creates this disconnect for a lot of people, where they humanize God to the point where it becomes a little bit of a fairy tale when people read the Bible. But it's not necessarily 7 days. It did take 7 phases of evolution to actually get to the point where man could be born. And by the time man was actually sort of like conceptualized within the earth, yes, the animal kingdom had already existed, which is why God gave mankind dominion over the animal kingdom and all of these types of variations. But reading the Bible will give you an opportunity to understand a little bit more about our history and how we got to where we are today. So I would definitely recommend it, Gra. And with you pray for the spirit of discernment as you read through the Bible as well, because I'm telling you, beautiful, God will speak to you. I'm literally sat in this room having my Bible studies, and whilst they're having one conversation with me about the situation, God's telling me his truth about what he meant on the pages that he's kind of like placed before me, and they're, you know, the catalyst to bring me to this moment so I can have this personal conversation with him outside of the external conversation. Do you see what I'm saying? So dive into it. If you're being called to kind of like read, there's a conversation that God wants to be able to have with you, and he wants to be able to show you certain things and put certain things into perception in terms of your own faith walk as well, because I think that that's the thing, you know, really, really just outlining the faith walk. So do what you're doing, beautiful. The Bible's actually really so this is what I say to people as well, like maybe it's just me in the way that I use the Bible, but I utilize the Bible as a book of alchemy. It's a really good book of shadows because it's like a one-stop shop for everything, basically. If you need some historical facts to be able to understand, if you need some prophetic facts to be able to understand where you're going, like it's a one-stop shop. I find that a lot of the actual, like, not just the Bible, but a lot of the religious books actually, again, for me personally, these are blueprints on how to live and navigate the human existence. So I find that they're all very, very detailed books of shadows that can be utilized to navigate through different variables of the metaphysics of reality, the spirituality of reality. So if you're being called to the Bible, dive in, come to the space and share what you learn, girl, because eventually I'm going to have a whole space where we can like really have these conversations, because that's another list on like, that's another thing on the assignment list, to really like break down a lot of these misconceptions so that we can really actually get back to the gritty truth of reality versus this disillusioned state that we're all living in because it feels comfortable to the human experience. That part. But I hope that that was useful for you, my love. I hope that that was useful for you. I'm gonna put this thingy here and see what is the overall guidance. Okay, Katie, what's the guidance for her as she kind of like navigates moving forward then? I don't know if Sammy's even still in the room, but yeah, Sammy would be next on the list. And then we've got Ariana, Smaradinia, Mina, Sonaria, SK. Rika's no longer a part of the process. And then we've got Chaley and PG. Yeah. Okay, so your advice. I felt they did closed or secretive practices. They did. And those are some of the things that actually, when I say character, so one of the things that they weren't allowed to do once they learned this level of magic, for lack of a better way of putting it, okay, one of the things that they weren't allowed to do was a lot of the things that they ended up letting overcome their character. So when I said that they didn't do certain character work, those were some of the things that basically prices had to be paid, basically, for not necessarily like you weren't allowed to do certain selfish stuff. Everything had to be coming from a place of love. Everything had to be coming from a certain vibration. If you're going to be utilizing these vibrations, know that you're utilizing these vibrations. If you're utilizing a low vibration, it has to be in tandem with navigating through a situation where there's already a low vibration present, where you're navigating that space and you're taking that sort of entity out and all that kind of, like, there was a certain law of order that had to be abided by, and that wasn't. So that's what I was referring to as far as like character malpractices. So yeah, here we are 15 generations later. That part. But they're saying, you know, the guidance for you on the situation, it's not necessarily even about looking for a sign. It's just knowing that the situation's actually improving, because your timeline is the catalytic moment where all of the work that they had done previously is about to start moving back up, basically. Yes, we discussed that. My relationships with men aren't good. Yeah. Some situations that were done weren't always from that intention of love, basically. And those types of manifesting were consequential. It's probably the best way that I can put it. So obviously you guys are still feeling the offset of some of those decisions. I want to say some of those decisions started to trickle in like the 13th generation back. That's really when they did good for like 2 generations once they learned this practice and formatting. And then like they started to slack a little bit 13 generations in, and then it started to get down, and then eventually they kind of started to go sleep basically by 8th generation. But yeah, you won't necessarily get an unlikely outcome with the situation. The situation's actually improving because it's time. It's time. It's designed to. Now is the upward trajectory for the lineage. Okay. I hope that was useful for you, my love. There was a lot in there. Thank you for that question, as always. I'm going to watch Luna travel across the sky tonight. Who do we have in the room? Is Sammy with us? That's okay, my love. That's okay. Okay, Chaley's in the room. Know that you're here. Mina's here. Ariana, is she here? Smaradina. God, we're like 3 hours in. This was a long one, guys. My bad. Sorry. I was like waiting to see who else is in the room. Okay, so I don't know. I'm going to let people let me know where they are with everything. I haven't seen Scenario in the chat at all. SK haven't seen. PG haven't seen since previously. So I doubt they're here. Week is off the list. Do we just have Ariana, Mina, and Shaylee? Is that where we are? I should just call it right, that part. Okay, so the only person that I can tell is definitely in the room from the list that I have on screen is Mina. So Mina, give me your question. We're going to go to Shaylee. And then I guess we'll see who else is in the room after the facts with that. It might just be an early night for me, regardless of the facts. And I'm sorry, guys, if you do miss out on anything. You guys, feel free to start throw your questions out there. I think Sammy wanted a general reading, so I'm going to do a general reading for Sammy on the stuff that I'm going to be doing, right? I'm going to put Sammy general reading, sorry. So I can star it, and then I'll add it to my list of stuff that I'm going to be creating a little thingy for. Okay. That's what's up. There's barely anyone here. I mean, I think everyone's kind of like buggered off. I'm not complaining, to be fair. We'll dive into your question though, and then we'll go to Chaley's question. And then I guess I'm off duty for the night. I've got Bible studies at like 11. I've got a whole bunch of work and stuff to do before then. So I'm not complaining. Yeah, exactly. Isn't God good? My bad. I'm not saying that to be shady, guys. I'm literally just saying that, like, obviously, it is what it is. Like, God knows where I'm at and what I'm capable of as well. So if there's only 2 on the list, that means I only have the capacity for a couple. So it's cool. What are the current thoughts or feelings of Showcat towards me? We spoke about this one last week. Listen, Mina, it's just one of those types of things. And God knows best. Oh, thank you, mother. Okay. Let's start with Showcat. I was somewhat getting some downloads through about this during the week, but they said that they were going to speak to me properly in the space. So I'm going to unpack that. What are Showcat's current thoughts towards me now? Oh, wow. Thank you. That was quick and fast. Okay. Sorry, Ariana is going to come back into the room soon enough. Sorry, I was just thinking because she's over there thinking about her raunchy little question. I'm sorry, I was getting her download. Ariana, girl, were you always there? We were calling Rota. Dang, girl. I've already started doing like Mina's reading. We were calling Rota to check and see who was here. I thought it was like literally just Mina and Chaley left, but I knew that you were probably likely to be here because I did see you in the chat. I'm going to wrap up this space with Mina's reading, and then I'll come into the space and I guess read for you. I didn't realize that you were actually here. Were you here all along? Because I just got a memo that you were coming back into the room. Sorry. Mina, as far as their thoughts about you on the situation. Interesting. Okay. Okay, girl, I see you. All right, I'm gonna start your question, Ariana, and I'm gonna read that. I'm gonna read that next. On your situation here, Nina, as far as their thought process towards you, it seems like they're seeing that your, I guess, happy family dynamics is navigating through some setbacks, I guess. Or you've gone through some setbacks in terms of like your happy family dynamic is what they're showing. And they're looking at the situation, seeing that that's caused you some insecurities about like manifesting in you. which has caused them to be casted out in the cold. That's how they're sort of like perceiving the situation and telling the story in their mind. And they're a little bit like mentally restless. They keep looping on this. It's like, oh, but why would she want to cast me out in the cold when she could have the opportunity to be able to create this and to create that, and I could do this and I could do that. So there's like, I don't think that there's an actual understanding, I guess, of where you guys are now as far as like why it's like not possible or probable. I mean, there is an understanding, but there isn't at the same time, if you know what I mean. Like there's an okay, sorry, let me find my words. There's an understanding, there isn't an acceptance, because that's what they're saying to me. There's an understanding, but there isn't necessarily acceptance on what the situation actually is at the minute, right? So I think that that's the dynamic of the situation that they're sort of like continuously looping on, and this is how they're sort of like telling the story, and this is what they're looking at with everything. They're like, yeah, but like she's acting like to say like the happy family situation, it's already like had some setbacks, so what's the big deal? Like, you know, why can't she actually just move forward? It's not that big deal in terms of like, you know, being in this situation with, it's weird. It's weird, beautiful. It's weird. Yeah, yeah, it's weird. Okay, I'm gonna have a look at the feelings on the situation, because this one's a little bit like, oh, okay, what are their feelings towards Mina on the situation? Oh, okay, not true love. Okay. Not true love, I guess. Okay, they're navigating through a path where they're kind of like getting to a place where they feel like it's safe for them to open themselves up to love again. I think that they're a little bit bruised by the situation, but that's not your fault, Mina. To be honest, they were obviously looking for love in all the wrong places, and they found it in the wrong places. So it couldn't manifest because that was a big resistance. There was a whole family and a whole husband. So I don't know what their thought process on the situation was, because the math wasn't like mathing. It wasn't necessarily making sense. But I think it made hope. I think it made hope in their mind, and I think it made hope in terms of how they perceive the situation. Because I have to say, it made hope, girl. I can't say it made any sense. It didn't make any sense. It made hope. Okay, this was like manifesting from a place of hope. And you know, they're kind of like a little bit weighed down by the situation kind of just being what it is, and like I said, they're like looping on this situation of this story that they're telling about being casted out in the cold, and pretty much just wanting to be in a situation where sorry, I'm laughing because I'm like, okay, well, why do they think that they're actually like a viable candidate as such? It's not even like their circumstances is so great. I don't know what they're offering that they see is so great about their situation. I'm like, okay, there's a great financial standing. Okay, that's fine, but do you have anything else that you bring to the table? Was that his only argument, girl? Like, I'm financially stable? Really? Really? Seriously. Anywho, right. So yeah, I guess his feelings on the situation is that he's learning how to navigate through finding like safe places to be able to express what he perceives as love. Because I think he misconstrued it. You know, that's what was so funny about the situation, because that was one part of the like circumstance that he didn't necessarily like care for too much. I mean, he didn't mind wearing the mask, pretending to be bothered, but he didn't genuinely care for. Do you understand? So it's like, why do you want to put in all this effort? You know, that's just going to be so strenuous, constantly trying to basically like live up to standards that you probably can't because you're not there. You know, like you don't genuinely care. You're going through the formalities to basically get what it is that you want, which is like admiration and some sort of sense of acceptance from yourself. Yeah, it's a very skewed situation. Stance on the kids, guys, put it into perspective for me, because I don't know how this person's mind works. They don't seem to be applying logic to anything, and their emotional management seems to be very, very off. Okay. Oh, Smaradinia. I didn't realize. Everybody's popping back into the space. Yeah. So the situation here, they're sort of outlining as far as like the kids, their perception on it is that the kids is triggering. That situation is a triggering situation for them. Oh no, I figured as well, beautiful. I'll probably do you quickly after the facts here, I guess. Where were you on the list? You were actually after Ariona, so I'm gonna have to do Ariona first, my love. If she's okay to go before you, because she's I guess been waiting a while as well. Sorry, that's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. We kind of did the road to call not too long ago, and then we started on Mina's reading. But yeah, you, my love, as far as like his stance on the children, it's a great gathering that triggers him. Whenever that situation's like a factor to take into consideration, he's triggered. He finds it to be an overwhelming situation to be in. Okay. He never knows what they're going to say. He never knows how to respond per se. And he never knows what part of the mask basically to kind of present so that he's more accepted in the space. I was avoiding him. And then he showed up with a long text just so that I can talk to him again. Yeah. 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 Yeah, that's interesting. I guess he's finding the balance anyways to figure out whether or not it's a safe environment. He's let go of the idea as far as like understanding. He hasn't accepted. He hasn't accepted because he's still like coming to that place of like really being okay about your decision and everything, because he's telling a narrative like he's accepted this isn't reciprocated to him per se, but he hasn't necessarily fully accepted that it's a non-starter type situation, so he's still navigating through that. But yeah, what's the guidance, guys, then for Mina as she navigates through the space of this situation? Like, he was a good friend, but don't get it why they can't just stay as friends. Girl, you were a friend to him, okay? He was a whole demon plotting, waiting for a window of opportunity to be able to make his move. Steve Harvey said it best. Respectfully, and we do this a lot as women, myself included, because I do it. I go into situations, I can clearly see that a guy has an attraction to me, and I'm like, oh, we're just friends. No, you're not. He's waiting for an opportunity, okay? He's literally a demon lurking, waiting for an opportunity to be able to catch you in a moment of weakness, okay? You're his friend. He is hoping to be your next potential, okay? That's what the situation is. And God has had to teach me that lesson a few times, where I've had to like say to people, look, I came into this and I was very clear that all I could offer you was friendship. Okay, that's the only thing I had the emotional capacity to do in this space with you. And now you've ruined everything, basically. I can't be friends with you no more. Like, now you've taken off the mask. We can't even pretend to do this thing of me not knowing that you're attracted to me. Now you've like put it out there. Like, we're not friends. We're kind of, you made a pass at me and now I have to go the other direction because it's inappropriate. That part. So that's where the situation is as far as everything that I guess is transpiring for you guys. Let's see what the guides have to say as far as guidance for you on the situation, Mina. What is the guidance for Mina then, guys, on the situation? Thank you. Girl. Oh. They said, this is an opportunity. Guess what for, girl? It's an opportunity to take no action, okay? That's an internalized card because that's not what's at play at the minute. I was putting my baby girl to sleep. She was fussing. Oh, Sammy, everybody's coming back into the room. Okay, don't worry. Mina's situation. You see what they're saying, Mina? They were like, look, this is an opportunity to take no action. Okay? They said, don't bother. It's okay. Let him sweat this out. Let him sweat this out. No, it's cool. You don't actually have to do anything. Yes, obviously he's instigated an opportunity for you to speak to him, but you still get to decide what you do moving forward. Just because you speak to him in this one instance doesn't necessarily mean that you guys are where you have been previously. And also, if he does want to continue, that part, Mina, that part. If you do want to continue to go back to like, you know, playing the game of having like a pretend fake friendship, just set some new boundaries in place. Just set some new boundaries in place, basically. And let it be known, okay, in going into this space, this is all I have the capacity for. If you don't have the capacity for him, you just let it go. You're good. That's all. You're good. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you, my love. That part. Yeah, Ayush, the list is closed, my love. I'm sorry, the list is actually closed. You can leave your question if you want, and I will add that, I guess. Sammy, you wanted a general reading, I think. I literally said that I was going to add you to my list. But yes, Ayush, if you want, you can put your question out there and I'll add it to my non-live free readings that I'll film and edit and put out on this channel on Wednesday. Oh, do you want one of those as well, Sammy? Because that's where I did the same thing for you. I was like, yeah, because I'm going to do a general reading for you. I would probably just add it to the list. I don't know if you want to kind of like go off or if you want to stick around for your general reading. I think the yeah, please was like, yeah, to the general reading thing, right? I'm like having to bring my decibels down because I can sense Martin next door. That part. Okay, so I'm going to remove, seeing as I'm doing Sammy's, let me remove what I did here. And I've still got Ariona's question. Don't worry, Ari, I've got your question. Sammy wants a general, guys. What do you guys do? Generally speaking for Sammy, in terms of where she's at the minute. Yeah, the undertone of where you are right now is being open to change. Oh, interesting. Okay. I think that one of the things that they're sort of like, sorry, I'm trying to get some space. One of the things that they're sort of like putting across is that there's a little bit of a stagnation at the minute in terms of like you're navigating through creative blockages, and that energy is a little bit because of all of the this is interesting. So they're saying you're experiencing a lot of creative blockages because of navigating through some of the responsibilities, I guess, that you're kind of like at a stalemate with. Like they're showing me you're kind of at a stalemate with certain responsibilities. So a lot of your future planning situation and the progress of it is kind of like it's like backed up. They're showing me it's a little bit stagnated. Okay, you're changing your question. That's okay, my love. But they're showing me, yeah, with the creative blockages that you're kind of navigating through, a lot of it is to do with some of the mental challenges that you're navigating through. Sometimes it can be a little bit overwhelming when you're dealing with certain situations pertaining to the planning process, because there's so many aspects to the situation that's still so unhinged at the minute. Interesting. Yeah, there's a few aspects to the situation that's still unhinged, and I think that they're putting across with the situation that as you kind of like navigate through the process, it's about really being open to the adventure, I guess, of life, and maybe finding a little bit more passion and zest for life by really sort of being able to tap into a little bit more of your impulsive tendencies and your impulsive nature. Because I think that that's because you're kind of like getting into a process of being so regimented, right? You're kind of like almost, I don't want to say losing, but it's almost like it's being depleted, basically. The sense of the vibrancy for life and the yeah. Yeah, I think because you're kind of like focused on really getting into a regimen, don't lose yourself in the process, basically, is what I'm saying, because I think that that's what they're trying to put across with the situation. Um, Another thing with you as well, you have a tendency, Sammy, to say that you're going to do something and then don't do it. Can we talk about that? They're saying that that's another reason why you're experiencing some creative blockages. Like, you laugh, girl. They said that's another reason why there's a little bit of like creative blockages and backup, right? They're like, yeah, as far as like the traffic and getting certain things out. Are you a little bit of a magpie, Sammy? Do you allow for yourself to get distracted by things sometimes, which throws you a little bit off focus? Because that's one of the things so much on my mind. I know, and I get that. I think obviously, like in this type of climate, what I will say to you, my love, is that, yeah, yeah. And I get that. It's probably because your mind is doing so much, you kind of want to distract yourself from everything that's going on in your mind. What I would say in terms of like the climate that we're navigating through at the minute, right? It's very, very useful for quick turnarounds. Just the climate that we're navigating through right now, just period in general. So I think what I'd say to you as you're kind of like navigating through all of this stuff, if you're already working at sort of like getting a little bit of a regimen in certain areas of your life, if you can transfer that skill set over into this space to organize yourself a little bit so you can find the discipline to be able to, just like how you'll be disciplined to go and do all of your other chores and tasks that you have to do, basically apply the same context to some of the other areas that are basically lacking. And I have to say lacking because they haven't been nurtured. Those seeds haven't been poured into in a while. And I think that that's an aspect of the situation where they're saying that if you can be a little bit less impulsive to kind of like um, perpetuate some of these cycles that are already playing out when it comes to the creative blockages, like basically you have to intercept these channels. Sometimes you can procrastinate on something for quite some time, and again the procrastination is just the behavior. The symptom, the cause basically is your tendency to be overthinking and overthinking and overthinking, and you find yourself so much in your mind space that so much time has gone on that you find that you don't necessarily have the room or capacity to be able to do all the things that you're setting out to do, basically. So one thing that I'd say to do with that, if you're going to have a certain period for your mind, sometimes I find myself going off into thought and I'm like, okay, right, you got 3 minutes. It's one of those things, right? Because you need to be able to do this because that's what your mind is doing. Your human is obviously like processing all of these different aspects of your reality, right? So as one's navigating through that, right? As one's navigating through that, you want to be able to also not create more challenges for yourself, basically, by then giving yourself a backlog. Because guess what's going to happen? Now, all of those things that you were like thinking about, your to-do list has now basically gone to shit, for lack of a better way of putting it. The to-do list has gone to shit. And now everything that you were thinking about, the to-do list is now joined the queue. Do you see what I'm saying? So now the cycle continues, and then it's even more, there's more things to think about, and then there's more worries, and then there's more anxiety because I didn't get this done because I was busy thinking about this, and do you know what I mean? So I think it's one of those situations where yeah, they're saying that with the situation you're going to have to sort of like manage your tools when it comes to your timekeeping with certain situations. Is going to help you with the procrastination that you're navigating through at the minute, and then really just kind of like ordering your focus, because they're saying this isn't, they're saying I can't tell her to do this in just any one particular area. I think it's something that she can utilize in all other areas as well. I think if she optimizes the timekeeping thing a little bit better, she might find that she'd be getting better results for certain things that she wants to do. What is it that you want to do, my love? What is it that you've got backed up? What assignments do you have backed up on the assignment timeline? Sorry, I'm waiting for Sammy. Okay. Okay. Apply yourself, my love. Apply yourself. You've given yourself the comfort of having all the excuses of your circumstances being a factor, odds being against you being a factor, these things aren't going to go anywhere. You've got to make a start on that journey as far as overcoming these challenges and obstacles. The sooner you start, the sooner you can get to the finish line, right? So I think it's one of those situations where that right there, if you apply yourself in terms of your time management and your timekeeping, I think your guys are saying to you that that is something that you can actually accomplish, and it will help you in feeling like you have the capacity to do more after having accomplished it for yourself as well. So apply yourself in terms of your timekeeping, and allow for yourself to kind of get a little bit more focused on the goals, because even though you, it's kind of like I was saying to Mina earlier, yes, I can, and will, I know I have the ability. Yes, I will. Yeah, you do. I think it's about application. It's about applying yourself. And I think that some of the situations that you've been navigating through, I guess, where it makes your circumstances a little bit more challenging to achieve said goals. But the truth is, your soul loves a challenge. You know what I mean? The other night I was going to my bed, and it was like my soul was having this dialogue with my human, and both of them were like, you know, my human was like, can you chill on like the pressure stuff, because that's so much, like, you just love to like thrive in this whole challenge thing. I don't like it. You know. And my soul's like, look, I actually thrive off that. It makes me better. So I'm sorry that you feel a certain type of way about the situation, but it just kind of is what it is. So the dynamics that you've created for yourself are dynamics that you know are probably the best variables for you to actually be able to accomplish said goals. It's just, you know, you're adapting to said dynamics. And now that you've adapted, we don't want to stay in the comfort zone. We want to continue to move through the panic zone and move into the stretching zone so one can continue to grow, right? That part. So yeah, they're just kind of advising that you maintain your stance on your time management, because that will help you. And also they said that the overthinking thing is because you're overly emotional. Sorry. I'm just being honest. They're like, yeah, you're navigating, when you find yourself in those spaces, you're navigating through you know, just a whole bunch of emotions, and you need to kind of like compartmentalize and decide what you're going to process there and then. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself literally sat for a long time going through the mental processing of all of these files. So you've got to decide what you're going to deal with, when, deal with it, and, you know, move on. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What is the guidance for Sammy as she navigates through the process then, guys? Interesting. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. They're saying it's interesting because this isn't necessarily about like tuning into your heart space. This is more about you actually understanding where are you being called to step up and lead. Your path is being divinely guided, and it's really just a case of you being able to stand up and step into your priestess energy. It's interesting because they're sort of like putting it across to me like, you know, Akasha, your time basically to walk in purpose is present. It's nigh. That's how I'm hearing it. It's nigh. The time is, their English is so like ancient. But anyways, do you know what? Sometimes the guides come to me with like proper like current urban slang, and I'm like, oh shit, look at the guys. That's so funny. I'm like, look at you guys being all young and hip. Sidebar, sorry. But no, that's what they're kind of advising with your situation, Sammy, my love. They're saying it's time for you to step up and lead and decide, you know, how you're being called to lead, where you're being called to lead, how you're going to allow for yourself to like move into your purpose. And also, as you kind of like walk this path, you'll find that it's almost like yes, it's going to be like challenging, it's going to come with its own challenges, it's designed to, but you're going to find that it was a lot easier than you thought that it was going to be. So that part. But yeah, get on it, get onto it, beautiful. I think now is a good time for you. Yes, guys. Yeah. Okay. Okay. First, you got to call back your power. A lot of stuff needs to be done over the course of the next few months. They're saying that there's a few things that are misaligned for the most part with the situation. And those are some of the things that you got to basically put into order, which is probably the timekeeping thing and some of the other variables that we spoke about. So, yeah. Yeah. Lack of motivation. That's what's causing a little bit of the procrastination. When I'm navigating through procrastination, I usually try to find like motivation, either intrinsic motivation or extrinsic motivation. So internal factors to the situation that might be beneficial for me, or external factors that might be beneficial to me. And then I use that to basically, you know, like how they do dog training and they feed the dogs and the dog's like, I do that with my human. Okay. I'm like, okay, girl, if you do this, this is what we're going to do. And I'm going to get you this. And that can sometimes work. Okay. Because we learn that dynamic, especially as children, we kind of like learn about basically being rewarded for like doing certain things pretty much. And when we don't, or if there isn't necessarily that incentive there, sometimes our human don't want to do shit. She's like, where's my doggy biscuits? That part. That part. Okay, Sam. But no. I hope that that was useful for you, my love. Okay. Ari's question is... Okay. Here we go. Trust me, you laugh, Sammy, but I'm being so serious. All good, my love. All good. I hope you have a blessed one as well. Enjoy the Sagittarius full moon. It's a great time to update our philosophies. Okay, so Ari's question. The hanky-panky. Okay, where'd you go? Hold on, let me go back and see what your other question was previously. Oh, will I be able to thing? Oh, damn. I don't know if I'm going to be able to like copy all of these questions. That's so interesting to me. I'm going to have to come back and tackle that. Okay. So, Aries, Mauritania, and then we've got Chile. All right. We're going to try and see if we can wrap this up within an hour. So I plan to go to the the movies, and then a restaurant for the next date. Can you describe how my next date will go And will there be hanky-panky afterwards? Interesting. We'll see. We'll see what happens on the cards. We'll see if the Knight of Wands energy manifests itself in this space. Because if it does, sorry, then you'll at least get an offer of some hanky-panky. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Are you okay? You feel like you're like good with all your stuff? Because it took forever. We're like 4 hours in at the minute. Damn. It took time flies. I feel like time needs to be slowed down. Somebody needs to hit the pause button. Okay. So I plan on going to the mall, the movies, and then a restaurant for the next date. Can you describe how my next date will go? Let's have a look and see. How do you see the next date going? Firstly, we'll start there. Oh, donations are closed as well, girl. Mina, donations are closed as well. I'm gonna try and wrap up, and then I've got Bible studies at 11. I'm up at like 8:30 to do my workout, basically my morning ritual, and then get on with some work stuff for the day, or at least my food shopping. That was supposed to happen today, but it didn't. Oh, I've got a dentist appointment tomorrow as well, guys. So that should be interesting. Okay, so how do you see the next day going for Ari? How do you see it playing out? Thank you. Give me some clarity where you can. That would be nice. Oh, thank you. Okay. Put it into context. Okay. 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 So how do you see it playing out for our girl Ari then? Sorry, beautiful. I'm literally just here like unpacking the whole process of everything to get some clarity. We've got a fallen card as well, so I'm going to grab that. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So, all right. Oh, interesting. Sorry. Okay. So it's interesting because I think there'll still be some on the next day, it will still be like a little bit of indecision. I think that there will be an attachment and attraction. So what they're showing me with the situation for the most part is that like you'll have this moment where you feel like, okay, all of the like crying over spilt milk in the past dynamic, I guess, like with other situations that didn't necessarily work out, like this person makes you feel excited, basically. They make you feel like you don't necessarily like care whether or not this is something. Don't be impulsive now, bro. Don't be impulsive now. But yeah, basically you get into this space where you're like so overwhelmed by the dynamic of the situation as far as like enthusiasm. You're excited, right? To the point where you're not thinking about, oh, is this going to be potentially like something that grows into something? But you don't want to set yourself up for hurt feelings towards the end, because if you do, and they do hurt said feelings, you can't be mad at them because technically you set the scene for that situation already. So just word to the wise. It seems as though you're going to be like still undecided by the end of it. There's a level of enthusiasm, but it's almost like even though there's an attachment and there's a chemistry between both of you guys, I think they're still, because they're showing me that there's a lack of closure basically. But I think with you actually wanting something, the guides are a little bit cautious about the situation. So I'm just going to unpack it. Interesting. Interesting, my love. So the reason why I wanted to unpack that is because they were showing me that there was an aspect to the situation that was still causing a little bit of indecision because of like third party situations, basically. Yeah. I think you're going to actually let go, I guess, let go of your inhibitions when it comes to the third party situations and how you feel about, you know, whether or not they're dating you exclusively or not. And I think that as you kind of like navigate through that part of the situation versus whether or not you want to give it up, my guys are a bit overprotective, but at the same time, they let guys hurt me in one of the worst ways. And I hear you on that. Rejections always God's protection. So I hear you on that. It frustrates me because I have sometimes the same dialogue with them. I'm like, y'all are acting like you really like care for a bitch, and y'all just out here like having me just get eaten up in these streets on demon time. Okay. So I hear you, girl. I almost never got closure on a situation. It's annoying. I know, babe. I know. I navigate through the same thing with my thingy, but they can't be held accountable for other people's decisions, unfortunately. It's just one of those things. They can pretty much like help you to keep an open eyes and cognition on people's behavior and their decisions. But I think basically the next day is still going to end in indecision, is what they're showing me, because even though you're happy and you're enthusiastic about the situation, you still feel it's either maybe they might be wanting to be practical about the situation, or it may be a situation where as you guys yeah as you guys kind of like decide how you're moving forward with the situation, is kind of like figuring out, okay, am I I think the indecision could also be on choosing the restaurant or movie. That's true too. That's true too. That's a fair point as well. That's a fair point as well. I think the aspects for the most part on the situation that they were speaking to me about, however, is just the reality that even though you've kind of decided, I guess, to kind of, yeah, even though you've kind of decided to place your standards in a different place and kind of accept the reality of where we are, right? Obviously, these little pretty boys come with their own little entourage, I guess, of groupies, right? That's the era we're living in. As you navigate through that, I think those are some of the things that's actually going to be a little bit of where the indecision actually lies. Because you say one thing, but naturally feelings are something else. You'll grow attached. Yeah. So I think that those are some of the aspects to the situation. So do you see them being intimate with each other? Do you see intimacy on the cards? The hanky-panky, as she didn't call it. Do you see it? Is it happening? Next date. Is that a yes or no? Okay. No. So now, they could be indecisive about what will happen next or how they want the day to be like afterwards. That too, girl. That's why I just kind of like went directly in for the questioning on the hanky panky aspect of the situation, and it was a no. And guess why, girl? Hold on. I don't know if you can see it. It says, Keepers of the earth, you are not alone. Ancient ancestors stand beside you. So that's your why, girl. As far as the why it's not like a yes next time for the sexcapade situation, there may be something that happens actually during the process as you guys are actually like having the date unfold, where that's what actually sort of triggers the indecision, you know. Yeah. I see you guys getting on like perfectly fine for the most part. Yeah. There's some play, I guess. There's some play. There's some play. There's some teasing. Let me say that. Okay. There's some teasing this round. Maybe not necessarily this round. What date is it? Date number what for you guys? Because they're saying maybe not this round. Yeah. Sorry, Ari, I was checking what date. Date number what is it for you guys? What is your advice for Ari navigating this space then? Okay. Oh, there's a helpful network of people to assist the romance. It's about communicating clearly. It's not necessarily about being assertive in this one. It's more a case of like knowing when to say yes. Your big moment's going to happen as far as knowing when to say yes. I don't know that this particularly like this right now is the yes moment. I think it may be the moment after this, to be honest with you, beautiful. I'm just sensing that it might just be one of those types of situations where this is like a leading up to the situation. Yeah, this is a leading up to the situation. I don't necessarily think that this right here is a introduction to like the space of it all. But I think the next one is a little bit more feasible per se, because I think once you actually like get into the space, you're going to make a decision definitively. And I think that that's why the indecision thing is like on this date, it's still a little bit undecided. I see potential moving forward beyond this one, to be honest with you. So see how you feel first. Okay. This is for my next person. This is for my next person that I will date though. Yeah. 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 Oh, Smeridinia, thank you, my love. Oh God, I can't imagine what time it is where you are as well. It's like 2 a.m. here. So I can't imagine what time it is there. Sorry. Sorry, I can hear like spirits. We call these types of spirits back home in Jamaica, we call them rolling calves. So I can hear those types of spirits outside. Oh, all good, my love. Thank you. Thank you, beautiful. It's so funny. Okay. I want to know, what is Johnny wanting from me? A second chance. Is it him with the fake profile or my ex? Thank you. My next line of what exactly? Because I've got so many things on the assignment list. I actually have to ask a question. I'm actually thinking about I'm going to do a straightening. Oh, my next live. My next live is going to be next week as far as my schedule. Let's see my schedule. Oh, I'm doing a thingy. I think my next live next week will probably be on Friday, actually. Yeah, on Friday night. And then on Saturday, at least I'll be good to go. Yeah. Yeah, we'll work with that, actually. We'll work that. Next Friday it is. Sorry, no, that's okay. That's okay, beautiful. I'm actually thinking about straightening. I'm trying to think. That's why I was even looking at the thingy. Hubby's birthday's coming up, so I'm bringing out a whole new girl out the bag. Usually I kind of like straighten. I haven't straightened my hair in like 2 years or something, but she usually tends to have fun. Might even go straight and blonde to spike the gear up. But if I can find like a nice rich situation, that's going to put back into my hair basically. But yeah, okay, cool. Next Friday is then. I'm going to pop that in my calendar so I can start populating my diary. No, girl, you're good. You're good. You're good. What you say? You're going to start thinking about your next question for next Friday. Oh, okay. So Meridinia's question is, yeah, it would be nice straightening. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I just like, so when I go straight, I'm like straight for like a good 4 weeks or so, because I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna keep this going for a little bit. So I'm thinking as well. I want to do a little bit of a length check as well. Oh no, I figured what you meant. Beautiful. I wanted to do a little bit of a length check as well to kind of just check the space and get it all into, you know, context, I guess. Dang, it's after 2 already, you know? This is happening so quick. I just want to know what is John wanting from me? A second chance. Okay, firstly, let's see, what does John want from Smeridinia? Let's start there. What does John want from Smeridinia? Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay. It's a little bit of a distraction, to be honest. Right now, you're a little bit of a diversionary tactics from some of his own, I guess, financial quabbles that he's got going on. It's a distraction, I guess. Does he want a second chance? Is the other aspect of the question. Does he want a second chance? Is that why he's kind of like trying to revisit this space again, guys? Make that clear. Oh, damn. Okay, that's where we are. Okay. Okay, so yes and no. I think he's kind of wanting, I think he's upset, I guess, of how things kind of like transpired with you guys and where you guys are with the situation right now, and the fact that he doesn't have as much access to you, basically. I think that that's really what the upset about the situation is, not necessarily having the access to you to the same degree, which is why you're kind of like, you know, seeing him kind of make this return. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, so does he want it? I want to sort of get clarity. Okay, birthing a new age instead. It's more about protection in this space. It's not necessarily about a second chance per se, but I think that there's like a little bit of feelings about the way that he actually sort of like done things. I don't think he's thought about the possibility of a second chance. I mean, if there's an opportunity for a second chance, I'm not saying that he probably wouldn't take it, but I don't think that that's exactly what he's coming in presenting just yet. I think he's trying to kind of like suss the space out to see whether or not it would actually be feasible for you guys to kind of like make a second go of anything. And the other question is it him with the profile, with the fake profile? Okay, is it him with a fake profile? His indecisiveness can make me mad. That's what they said as far as, is that him with a fake profile? Okay, so the fake profile is him, not the ex. And I guess you'll get more clarity on that situation within probably the next 2 to 2.5 weeks when it comes to that situation. Okay. And what do you guys kind of like advise Smeridinia then to actually do with the situation when it comes to John? What do you guys advise she does? Okay. 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 There's still an attachment there. His indecisiveness can make me mad. Really, I thought it was my ex. He said some sexual thing. Yeah, no. When I asked about the question on is a fake profile John, that was the feedback that we got on that. So that's the answer to that situation. The guidance for you in terms of like the dynamics of the situation, they're saying moving forward, there's still a little bit of a lack of closure when it comes to your attachment with the John situation. So I think as you kind of like navigate through this space, give yourself the next couple of weeks to like let things really unfold. I think this situation is going to unfold for you within the next 2 to 2.5 weeks. During the process of this Sagittarius full moon, you may go through a process of actually like releasing to the point where you might release John. Let things play out first. They're saying, and you'll really be able to get an understanding of what's going on with this class in the next 2 to 2.5 weeks. Okay, my love. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. That's too funny. I hope that was, hitting the spot. I hope you guys all have a great week. I am probably not going to see you guys on Wednesday in that case. I'm going to get all of these messages together and typed up. Actually, I don't know how I'm going to get all of these. I'm probably going to have to just screenshot the thing and then just type the questions down myself. That would probably be the easiest process. Look at that. I already got the answer to that question. Bear with me. I'm going to take this off screen and I'm going to screenshot what I need to. So let me undo that one. And then these are my first lot of questions and I'm going to screenshot. And here we go. This is where the real job begins now for me to be able to get all this stuff together. Right, so we've got 3. So I'm going to call this first screenshot 1 to 3. 1 to 3, 3 questions. And then we're going to get the other questions, the other 3 questions up as well. We've got about the rest of the questions we've got, and then Jasmine's at the end there. Okay, and then we're going to print screen again and get that onto the paper. Right, we're going to get that onto the paper, and that's 4 to 7. So we've got 8 questions to do at the minute. And I am going to do them all when I get an opportunity on Monday to actually do them. Who do we have in the room actually whilst I'm here, like wrapping up finally, to head on out. I have I literally like didn't get the thingy properly. Okay, sorry, my bad. Let me print screen again. Who's here, guys? I'm literally just taking down all the questions because I don't think I can copy paste on StreamYard, unfortunately. So I'm having to do the next best thing. The guys suggested that I do they suggested that I just do a print screen instead. Yep. 10 questions. I mean, 8 questions, my bad. I overspoke there. Number 8. There we go. All the questions done. And that was a dope little space. Thank you, beautiful. Sorry, Snowy, I'm actually packing up shop at the minute, but I will add you to the list of stuff to do. And you can tune in on Wednesday. I will put out a reading, which it's not going to be a live reading, but you'll be able to come back into the space and get your question answered, basically, in that one. And yeah, I guess tune in on Wednesday. If you subscribe and hit the notification bell, you'll know when I actually upload the video. It will be an edited video. I'm going to film the questions or the readings, basically, for the questions that you've put out. And then, yeah, you can come back into the space and pick up your info, I guess. So let me know if that's okay for you, my love. We've been live for almost 5 hours, so I'm going to go to bed because your girls got Bible studies tomorrow. So it's an early start. Okay. But yes, guys, thank you guys for a great Saturday night. You guys made the night really dope as always. I always like coming to stop and hang out into the space with you guys, even though sometimes it actually like causes me a little bit of anxiety because I'm like, oh snap, am I going to be able to do it this time? And then also I'm navigating through the situation with you know who next door, so it's always a little bit unnerving, to be honest with you. But I'm always happy to come in and hang out with you guys because you're always so chilled, a lot of you guys. So we move, guys, you know, we just got to keep it moving. It's just one of those things. But I shall see you guys next Friday. And then on Wednesday, I'm going to put out that video. I might actually do a live on Monday, maybe. I might do a live on Monday. We'll see how the day goes. But I might do a live on Monday and, yeah, do the Sagittarius full moon reading because I wanted to do it tomorrow, but I don't think I'll have the time, guys. Too many things on the schedule and agenda. So if anything, you guys will get 3 different stuff from me, 2 lives, 1 video filmed content this week. So you guys are getting the mostest. You know, I don't know where I'm going to find this time and energy, but we move as the assignments are given. I will find a way. It's all good. But I hope you guys have a bomb-ass week. As always, I'm sending you guys lots of love, good vibes, positive energy, and I'm praying that you guys can actually allow for your egos to be a little bit open and perceptive to these new philosophical shifts and upgrades that we're having. Okay, just let your ego ride the wave. Okay, guys? On that note, I'm going to love you guys and leave it there for you guys. I will see you guys in the next one, y'all. Let's sign out.
The things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things
All right, my fave peeps. I love you guys. I will catch you guys next week for another round of the same ish. Right? Mwah. Enjoy your week, guys. Enjoy the weekend too. That part. Take care. Bye.